Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to this fifth round of the Norway Chess. Sorry, not Norway, Prague Chess Festival 2022. This is Sagar Shah. I'm still stuck in the Norway chess mindset. What an event that was, where Vishy Anand finished third. But now we are in Prague Chess, where we have also some amazing games that are being played by two of our star players, Vidit Gujrathi and P. Harikrishna. So, very, very warm welcome to everyone in the chat. We are going to look at both the games today and we're going to follow them. So, let's get set and let's get watching. Yeah, I'm going to put the board bigger for sure, for sure. But just 1 second, let me just make sure that everything is properly. Oh, we have 923,000 subscribers that we have reached. Awesome, awesome. Very soon reaching 925k step by step. This is where you will get to see how we'll reach 1 million step by step. Let me just make sure that I also have the chat chess moves here so that we can have questions about the games. And also I want to put up the standings so that you guys can see who's leading. For now, Vidit is playing Parham Maghsoodloo while Harikrishna is playing David Navara. Travel with Nikhil Roshan says, welcome, Sagar Bhai, to your own stream. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And let's also look at Harikrishna, how he is doing here. There we have Harikrishna thinking for his move against David Navara. So another very important game today for Hari because he is leading the tournament and he has been playing phenomenal chess. Guys, how many of you saw Harikrishna's victory over Parham Maghsoodloo? I also made a video about it and it was too good, right? It was too good. Vignesh says, are the streams getting shadow banned? They don't come on my home screen for a while now. That is definitely something to worry about. I will talk to my YouTube manager and maybe ask him about it. Oh, where's my video? Here is my video. I'm here, guys. Don't think I'm not on the screen. 1 second, 1 second. Let me just fix this. Yeah, all good, all good, all good. And also here. So all those who are not aware of how this tournament is panning out, let me just pull up the standings for you so that you can see what is happening and know that who's leading the tournament. So here we have the standings on the screen. Harikrishna is the leader of the tournament with 3 out of 4. Vallejo Pons is on 3 out of 5. So his game ended. So that means he drew. Quang Liem is on 3 out of 4. So Hari and Quang Liem are right now leading the tournament. Nguyen Thaidai won on 2.5. David Navara on 2.5. And Sam Shankland on 2.5. Vidit is on 1.5 along with Maghsoodloo. Salem is on 1 and a strong player like David Anton is just on half a point, which shows how difficult the tournament is. Okay, let's go and check the board. Just make sure that I have everything well set up. Guys, how are you, all of you, doing, and how are things happening with you? We are going to just kick off the commentary. Just give me a second so that I fix a few things which are still left. Meanwhile, you can have a look at the standings. I'll also pull up right now. Yeah, these are the standings, and Don't know why the cameras are not working all of a sudden. Okay, we'll fix it in a bit. Okay, let's have a look at Harikrishna's game first, and from there we will take it to Vidit's game. So there we have uh-huh. There we have the camera also on your screen, but it is not the one which we wanted. 1 second, camera. Cam 2 is the one. Yep. Okay, this is Vidit's game, but also we want to see Harikrishna's game. Harikrishna. Okay. There we have Harikrishna, and yep, here we are going to put this up. All good. All good. All good. Let's go. Let's get rocking, and let's try to see what is happening in the game. So d4 played by Harikrishna, and knight f6 by, let me also make one last adjustment here so that you can see the live board. I think that is an important thing which, if you are able to see, you will be able to enjoy this much more. With it. Okay, this is good. Yeah, all good. And I'll come here. So this is the live board between them. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. This is a very topical line in the Grunfeld. C4, G6, knight to C3, and D5 was played. So this is known as the Grunfeld defense. CD, Hari plays the main line, knight D5. And here, E4 was played on the board. Okay. Knight takes C3, B takes C3, bishop G7, knight to F3, and the pawn moves up to C5. So a very good move. I mean, all standard theory. Bishop B5 check, knight comes up, and now white castles. Actually, also possible is D5 in this position, and it is quite a playable move. If I am not mistaken, maybe Gelfand Anand first game of their match continued this way, or maybe it was some other line, but it was definitely something in this opening. So castles, and now bishop takes c6, b takes c6, and queen comes to c2. So with queen c2, if let's say you make a not a very useful move, let's say you play h6, then already bishop a3 and trying to hit here is very strong. Now the question that you may ask is, why not bishop a3 straight here? Well, after cd, what is the move that black should play here? Black to move, what is the move that black should play? Let's go, guys. It looks like white is better. He will put his bishop on c5, but there's a very powerful move. Patrick, bro, you can't give up your exchange just like that, yeah? By playing e5, you'll lose your rook. Yeah, very nice. Let me see if the chat chess moves working okay. Yep, working fine. Just need to get the board here. And then we are all set. Yeah. So, very good job, guys. Bishop g4 is the correct move and the move that I was looking for. Fantastic. And yeah, bishop g4, pinning the knight and putting pressure on the d4 pawn. That is correct. Oh. Just a second. Okay, good, done. Yeah, so the people who have given the right answer here are Pranay Akula, Dakshat Rawat, Anurag MS, Rohit G, Dev Kumar Biswas, Namita Panda, Guhan, Omkar Bandodkar, Parth Dhanwani, and Latif. Well done, all of you. Bishop g4 is the correct move, putting pressure on the d4 pawn. So queen c2 actually tries to surpass this move bishop g4, because whenever you put your bishop, I want to go knight e5. So that happens. He takes, pawn takes, and now he plays bishop g4. And now he says that, look, I'm going to take your knight and then take this pawn on d4. And you can't defend it actually. If you play rook d1, which seems possible, but after take, I can still take this pawn because I have e5 or c5 in hand. So that is not a good idea. So that's the reason why knight e5 has been played here, which is, I mean, there are many games that have followed this. We can also have a look at a few. After queen takes d4, now double attack here and here. What's the only move, guys, for white to stay in the game? Yeah, Aryan Goswami, Pranay Akula, Vaibhav Shreyas, Niket Saluja, Dev Kumar. Very good. Bishop b2 is the only move. Defending the rook, also defending the knight. He went queen to b4. Now his point is that if you're going to move the knight, then I will take your bishop. If you take on g4, I will take queen takes b2, and black is the one who's pressing here. He's better. So that's the reason why you cannot take it. And here the move that was played by Harikrishna is rook a b1. And now he's threatening to take this bishop. Now, it is important that you take this knight. Because if you don't, and if you save your bishop, then there are many bad things that can happen. But what is the most dangerous thing here that will happen? Try to figure out white to play. I think many of you are not going to get it right. It's a tough one, but let's see. Who are the strong ones in the chat? White to move. Vishy's interview is in the title. Okay. Get it. Remove it, guys. Sorry. Thank you so much for that. Yep, the move that all of you have mentioned is maybe not the right one. Let me see. Knight c6. This is the most straightforward move in the position. You take the pawn, you attack the queen, but he will go back queen d6 and his damage is under control. I know that white could be still slightly better. You can go rook fd1 and stuff like that. I'll go queen c7. But on the other hand, there are more powerful moves than this. Knight d7 was suggested by someone, which was also a very interesting move, because you want to, if I take bishop d7, then you take bishop takes g7, attacking the queen and also this. But here comes a very nice move, and that is uh, rook f d8. And if you take bishop g7, I am going to play a very strong move now, which I will ask you, what should white play, black play in this position? Black to move. Yeah, the right move is actually something else which we still have to discuss, but we will come there. Here you are a piece down, but black has a very nice move that gives him a clear advantage. I mean, that gives him at least equal. Paras Patankar, well done. Pranay Akula, Dakshat Rawat, Deepak Kanan, Aryan Goswami. Excellent job. So all those who are saying queen d6, it's an interesting move. But after rook f d1, you cannot win this knight. And if you try to save this, then in comes bishop e5, still attacking. Next move, I save my knight. And you will be a piece down. So you cannot play it this way. But what you can do is queen c4, as rightly pointed out by many of you, because after I take, not only is the rook hanging, but also the knight hanging, also the bishop hanging, and in this position, black is clearly better. So that's the reason why, not knight d7, but the move that I was most looking forward to is knight takes g6 in this position. And I think a few of you have mentioned that Dakshat Rawat, Mehul Paliwal, Papa Jones, Rohit G, Hydrogen World, Shaman Shetty, excellent guys. You got it right. The move here was knight takes g6, and now when you take back, I can take back, and the queen is attacked, and also this. So taking the g6 pawn somehow is much better, because even if you try to save this, I can take your rook on f8. Okay, so rook b1 he took. So now you know that why this knight had to be given up, and why white has this very powerful dark squared bishop. Also guys, notice that the dark squares are weak around the black king, but what does black have in return for all these pains that he's facing? Can anyone tell me what does black have in return? What is it that black has in return for this? Yes, Anukul Jain, you are right. It is a pawn, extra pawn. Rohit G, Craig Faria, Shritu Patel, Deval Saula, Himangosh. He has a pawn, an extra pawn in the position, and that is what is giving him uh, this courage to fight. You know, if you lose this pawn and you still have these weaknesses, then opposite colored bishops positions are brutal in attacking terms. You just can't stop the attack. So queen a5 was played, and now you may ask that can white just go and take this pawn? Well, not really, because the bishop is hanging, so you can't take it. So he went back, bishop c3, queen c5. You see how he's keeping the queen near this setup. He doesn't want the battery to be like bishop behind and queen ahead. Queen b2, a5 played in the position, bishop to d4, queen to d6, queen c3, and now bishop e2 played here, rook fe1, bishop to b5, and this is, I think, the live position. The last move played by Harikrishna was bishop c5. It was also possible to do something else in this position instead of bishop c5. Can you guys think about what was another move that Hari could have played here as white to play, which could have been an interesting way to attack? You know, generally, in order to attack, you need three elements to attack. Here, there are only two, the bishop and the queen. How do you get one more? E5 is just somehow, you know, it closes your diagonal here. I don't want to close the diagonal, but yeah, you might want to play e5, e6. It is possible, but then he will play f6 and block it. The move that I was, yeah, rook e3 is very interesting. You get one more piece into the attack. That is not a bad idea, actually, swinging the rook over here. Just that after rook f d8, maybe you are slightly uncomfortable with your bishop there. The move that I was looking for, and the one that has been mentioned by a few of you here, is h4. h4 by Inferno, Giannis Kotlas, Litesh Kumar, Dakshat Rawat, Papa Jones, Abhijit Behera, Prince Tiwari, and Jayant. Well done, all of you. This move is just a very natural way to soften up the position. You know, you might want to go h5 next, you might want to go h6 after that, and it is just a useful way to launch an attack. But okay, Hari's move is not at all bad or anything. He's played his bishop to c5 and he's waiting for David to now respond. And David Navara's time has 30 minutes. Hari also has 30 minutes with 18 minutes to go. Patrick Bro says, how does h4 bring another piece into the attack? So, you know, Patrick, it's not, when you attack, even a pawn can be an important element or a unit in attack. So h4 is introducing another pawn into the attack, which later on after h6 could become a very potent feature in the position. Okay, so bishop c5, and now a good move by David Navara. He goes queen to e6. Excellently played by him. He is a very, very strong defender, and he's going to find these moves now. He is attacking the pawn on a2. But it's not really hanging because e7 is also under pressure. Harikrishna has to play carefully there, and let's see how he continues. Why not rook b1 to d1 followed by bishop h8? Interesting question. So you are saying go here and try to attack. I think he will move his queen anyway, Revant. And after you go bishop h8 here, threatening to mate, he will just put his pawn here and he will be like, bye-bye. It's like you've just embarked on a plane and the doors have been closed. Now you cannot get out. This bishop is gone. So okay, let's go to Vidit's game and see what is happening there. This is around equal, but not at all drawish. You know, I have a feeling that something can happen because of so many imbalances here, the opposite colored bishops and so on. Okay, there we have Vidit Gujrathi thinking, and let's go to his game. He is playing against Parham Maghsoodloo. Okay, knight f3. Let's also get the live board of this game here. I can just go and change it, no? Yeah. So let's go to the game and see what is happening here. Knight f3. Oh, Dilpreet Singh has sent in a super chat. Sagar bro, you do such an awesome analysis. It will be so useful if you can share your PGN of analysis for our revision. So a very interesting point, Dilpreet. And this is what we have been working on in the last few months. We want to build the academy where we will put up all these materials in a more structured way so that it will help all the players. So that is work in progress, and it will happen. So knight to f3, c5, c4, knight c6, d4, cd4, knight to d4, queen to b6, played by Parham. Very interesting move. He's putting pressure on the d4 point. And here there are many moves, you know, knight b3 is one move. There is knight b5. But Vidit goes for the most solid. He goes e3. Knight to f6. Knight c3. G6 played. And now bishop e2 played in the position. Bishop g7. Castles, castles. Now came the move b3. So Vidit is putting his bishop here and he wants to just go queen d2, rook d1, rook c1, all of these normal moves. This is an English opening. It's, you know, it reminds me of somehow the Sicilian after e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, cd, knight d4 and queen b6. This is also position that can be played. In the current position, there is a pawn on c4. So b3 played by Vidit, and now came the move d5 by Maghsoodloo, a very interesting move by Parham. So his point is that if you take here with the knight, that would be horrible because I will take with the knight, pawn takes, knight takes, pawn takes and bishop takes, and black is the one who's better. He's recovered his pawn and he has everything going for him. But then I won't take with the knight, I could take with the pawn. But what is the move now that black wants to play here, guys? A very important move now. Oh, Vaishali won against Bibisara in World Speed Chess Championship. That is huge. That is huge. Because Bibisara is such a strong player. She beaten Humpy last time, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, knight takes d4. Shritu Patel, Anurag, Mehul Paliwal, Anukul Jain, Pranay Akula, Aditya Garg, Dakshat Rawat, Namit Modi, Sendil Nathan, Rohan Wadhwani. Well done. So knight takes d4, pawn takes d4. This is how it will happen. Queen a5 attacking the knight and the pawn. And let's say you play bishop b2. I take on d5, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, and the position should be around equal. Okay, maybe white can try with bishop f3, but after queen d6, you can't push d5 because your bishop on b2 is hanging. So all in all, this position would be around equal. So that's the reason why after d5, Vidit could not take here with the knight or the pawn. And so he went for the move knight takes c6, b takes c6, and now bishop to b2. And he's telling Parham that, look, if you take on c4 now, I will take back with the bishop, and in return, I will have all my pieces nicely developed. You would have a weak pawn on c6. So bishop b2, rook came to d8 in the position, and then knight came to a4. Now the knight is attacking the queen. The queen went to c7. Vidit now played queen c1. He's setting up. First of all, he saves his bishop, but also his idea is to take on d5 when black cannot recapture, as his queen would be hanging. So Parham makes a kind of weird move, queen b8, but logical because he wants to take back with the pawn. Vidit now goes queen c3. His point of view is that the knight cannot move here and attack the queen. I hope that you all have spotted what is the problem here. White to play, guys. What is the problem here? Yep, absolutely correct. It's checkmate in one move. So that is absolutely right. Look at this. All of you have got it right. Although there are a few who haven't got it, maybe some wrong notation, but Mistadam, Aryan Goswami, Pranay Akula, Suraj, Deval Savla, Nilesh Jadial, Vardhan Shah, Chess for Fun, Dakshat Rawat and Groner. Excellent job, guys. So queen takes g7 is the correct move here. So the knight cannot move. But Parham says, but I can move my knight to e8 or h5 to defend the bishop. First he played bishop f5, rook fd1. Next, knight to e8. Now Vidit put his queen on a5, which is a good square. Take on b2, knight b2. And actually white's position is nice. He has, this is, this tension is in whose favor? Can anyone tell me? I want to explain to you this concept of tension and in whose favor is that tension? White. Exactly. c6 pawn is weak. So the main point is that black cannot take here. The moment black takes here, white takes back, and this is an extremely weak pawn. It's a lonely pawn. It's alone and it's weak. But white can at any point take on d5. It's not like so bad for him to take. So that's the reason why the tension is in white's favor here. So white would love not to disturb it. Knight f6, Vidit brings his rook, queen to e5, and here Vidit could have continued with knight d3 or knight a4, which are all possible. He goes for queen c3, offering a queen trade. Maghsoodloo takes it, and now plays e5. So Parham is like, tension, no tension, I don't care. I'm going to push my pawn down the board. I'm going to fight here. And now Vidit plays f3, which is perhaps not the best move here because clearly d4 is an idea in the position. So let's say if I go back, that could have been smart because the moment you play d4, I can take, you can take, and now what would be a good move for white here? White to play. Let's see how many of you come up with what moves. White to play. Think carefully, think carefully. Yash Pratap Singh, there are contact numbers given in that form, right? So please do call them and confirm your entry that it's done, because I think that would be the smartest way to do it. Yeah. So the move that all of you have recommended here is bishop f3. I like this move a lot. Max Staff, well done. c5 also, Chess for Fun, Pranay, Giannis, Praneet, Srinath, Insomniac. All those who have made moves with stop c5 in the position is a good idea. So bishop f3 is one move, stopping c5. c5 is a good move, stopping c5. But all those who have played moves like knight d3, I don't like this move because here after I take, you take, and c5, it's actually black who has the initiative here. Yeah, this is not a good idea. And also if you play bishop d3, this is a position which can, because here c5 means I can take and spoil your structure and then put my knight on d3 attacking here. But I think most likely bishop d3, knight d3, and here again white is slightly better. So bishop d3 also good move. So the top three moves are great. Well done all of you who found this. Let's go back to the game. And Vidit, actually this is the reason why Vidit's decision of playing f3 here was slightly suspect, because after d4, which is an excellent move by Parham, takes, rook back, black got what he wanted. He got his pawn to c5, and now for Vidit, it's a question of what to do. So Vidit went for the move g4 here. He pushed his pawn to g4 and he tells his opponent that look, you cannot um, keep your bishop here. So Parham went back and now Vidit played his knight to d3. So it is Vidit's opinion here that he has an advantage because knight is a very good blockader of a passed pawn. Also, he's putting pressure on the c5 pawn. If you were black here, guys, how would you have defended this c5 pawn? Let's see how many of you can think a bit ahead here. How would you have defended the c5 pawn? Please write the rook letter. Don't write rook c8. Which rook is a very important one here. Because would you play your a rook to c8? Would you play your d rook to c8? Everyone saying Vaishali beating her opponent was uh, one second, guys. I'll just be back. Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry for that. Um, some moves are being played, yeah, by both the players. So let me just quickly see what's happening. Also putting up the subscriber count and also the live number of viewers. Okay. So g4, what did they play, guys? First of all, my question to you. Let me see what it is. Rook a c8. Everyone wanted to play rook a c8, and that is what Maghsoodloo has also done. But I have a feeling, guys, that actually a better idea and could have been to play rook d8. It's just a touch and go. It's not like a huge difference. And also knight d7, not a bad idea. Knight d7 is also nice because knight is not having much scope here anyway. I can put it here. But rook d8, why? I'll tell you. My point is that in such a position, white's active plan is to play a3 and b4. It's a very interesting and logical plan. So let's say if I go a3, you will play a5, and then this pawn is weak, so I can then gang up with this rook here. So if I had played this rook to c8, but of course Vidit would not have gone for a3 at any point, but then black could have gone a5 a4. So that's the reason why I wanted to keep my rook on a8 and try for rook dc8, but he went rook ac8. That's okay. It's not a huge difference. It's not going to change the position in a huge way. But as you can see, Vidit now gets a possibility of playing a3. So rook ac8, he went king f2, a5. Now he plays a3. So a3 has been played in the position. Very interesting. Uh, and Maghsoodloo goes knight to d7. I think it's time for Vidit to now just liquidate and go for a draw, because if he is not careful, the next move rook b8 will come, then the rook will come to b6, then the other rook will come, and it will start putting a lot of pressure here on this. Yeah, Aryan Goswami, black's position does look comfortable. So if, let's say, Vidit doesn't take the right decision now, for example, he plays h4, then after rook b8, it already seems like there will be a lot of pressure on him. And I think what he can do now is play b4, although it seems like it might lose a pawn, but actually it doesn't. After I take, you take. Now if you take on c4, I'll take on a5. So you take here, I take here, and this looks like a sort of equal position. You go here, and yeah, this should end in a draw. I think Vidit had a small edge, but he couldn't really put pressure, and now he has chances of getting worse. And as you can see, he goes rook d2. Now this is, I think he is in this mindset of playing for, I won't say a win, but he wants to play on. But in this case, I think Maghsoodloo slowly starts to get better. Oh, what has happened? Rook d2, and I have a feeling that he will go here. Although, guys, look at this move. This is interesting. I'm just thinking a4. Because if you take, that is horrible. Rook a8, and I'll just clean it up. c4 weak, a3 weak. That is bad. But if you go b4 now in this position, then after c takes b4, you can't take e takes b4 because c4 is hanging. So you must take with the knight. And then black has a very strong move here. What is it, guys? Black to play. I think Maghsoodloo can find this very powerful move here. Black to move. Nihira call. So quick, Nihira. Nilesh Jadial says rook 8. Okay, we'll look at it, Nilesh. Yep, this is the move that I was looking for from all of you. Oops. Knight to c5. Knight to c5 is what. Ah, okay, it's down for a bit, but knight c5, and now the knight is beautifully positioned. But Vidit has played his move, and Maghsoodloo has kind of vanished. I don't know where, but if Maghsoodloo has 30 minutes, Vidit has only 12 minutes, and there are 12 more moves to make. There was this one question that someone asked after a4 takes rook a8, what if bd1? Hmm. Actually, there are many ways to continue. One way is to just go here. The other one is to go rook d b8. Now I've taken the control of the open file. This pawn is not going anywhere. And if at the right time I can get my king to d6, I can move my knight to b6 and take this pawn. So I don't feel that Vidit has a particularly great position, but let's see if Maghsoodloo can find a4. If he doesn't, but still it's not easy to play as white needs to play b4, and if he cannot do that, if let's say even if I go rook b8, this is a very natural move. You go rook b2, and I was thinking maybe bring the king in. It's maybe you have to play b4 now. So we will see what Maghsoodloo does. He's gone somewhere. He has 29 minutes on the clock, so he has plenty of time. Okay, let's go to Harikrishna's game and see what is he doing. We saw till bishop c5, queen e6, and then came the move rook a d1, okay, a4, rook d2. I think the point was if you take, there comes Maghsoodloo. 1 second, let me also bring up Hari's cam here. So rook b d1, a4. Yeah, the point is if you take here, I'll take on e7, and that weakens the pawns a lot. Like if rook e8, then bishop f6, and now bishop h8 with the idea of queen g7 is monstrous. So you can't play there. a4, rook d2, rook f8, rook f d8, h3, and this is the position on the board. h3. I think Hari is also putting a bit of pressure on David on time. You know, guys, David and Hari Krishna are very good friends of each other. Oh, he takes on d2, queen d2. And he goes bishop to. Oh, there have been some moves played already. Bishop c4. I think he went a3, and he has put his bishop on b3. So David thinks his position is now pretty safe with his bishop there on b3, which is well positioned. And David and Hari are very good friends. You know, in Prague, Hari Krishna often works with David as his sparring partner and so on. Yeah, yeah, Saleh Salem, you're right. I've seen one Navara interview. He's like the nicest guy I've ever seen. Actually, there's a very nice picture of Navara, which I think I love. If I can figure it out and show you, it will be very cool. Huh. Yeah, let me pull this up and put it up here. It's not very high quality, but I think you will get my point, which I'm trying to make. I think it was taken by Lennart, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, there you go. See, David Navara with this little kid. Yeah, Mihir Hasabniz Navara always greeted you well in Batumi Olympiads and Olympiad and always had a nice thing to say. Exactly. Okay, going back to the game, I think a4 was played in with its game, but guys, the follow up has not been the best it seems to me. So there has been some activity there. Let's go quickly while Hari Krishna is thinking for his move. Let's quickly go and check what Vidit's game is up to. Um, so here he did go a4, b takes a4, and I thought that he would play rook a8 here, and he would have had a big advantage actually. And it was a very suspect decision by Vidit to play take here. But Maghsoodloo goes knight a4, knight b6, and he's attacking this pawn as well as this pawn. Now Vidit has to think carefully how to play. Also, Okay, 1 second. Let's. If I play a5 and you take here, what is the only move for? What is the move for white to stay in the game, guys? What is the move here? He plays. Oh, he plays a5. Vidit plays that move. It's an important move. If you don't find it, you will be worse. You will be just lost. Awesome. Rook dc2. Excellent. This guy, Tushar, Jayant, Anurag, Shrey, Vikalp, Prakhar, Rakesh, Ayush, Nishant. Excellent job, guys. Rook dc2 खेलना है, ठीक है? Not rook c2. Rook c2 means बोलेगा मैं या मैं. Which rook? Rook dc2. Putting pressure here and then taking this. Meanwhile, Maghsoodloo very quickly goes knight a4 and he's telling with it, I don't want your pawn. These are all weaknesses. I will chop them off later. What I want is I want to put my knight on c3, which will greatly inconvenience you. So a5, knight a4 has happened on the board now, guys. What does Vidit do? Next is the question. Where does he put his pieces? Because rook b2 is now not possible. Knight is here. Can I go rook b1? But no, I think I might lose this pawn now to c4. I can't move that. And now knight c3. And then this pawn would be hanging. How do you create play? Also with its time running low. He's lower than 10 minutes on the clock. Yeah, this looks very difficult. I mean, engines are saying, don't worry, Sagar, all equal. Everything is fine. Very, very much equal. But I have a feeling that Vidit has to play so many accurate moves. So firstly, let's say he goes bishop d1. He hits the knight. The knight comes and sits here and now c4 is hanging. If you play like bishop b3, then rook d7. Why rook d7? I want to play this rook, but then knight takes c5 is hanging. So I'll go rook d7 and rook b7. I'll hit it here. So knight a4 played. Knight c. Oh, Rakesh, very interesting suggestion by Rakesh. Okay, very cool, very nice. But Rakesh, there's a small problem with. Oh no, wait. ठीक है. This is a very interesting thing that Rakesh has said. So suppose white goes h4 and he plays knight c3. So I was thinking, what is the problem here? If I take knight c5, there is knight takes e2. Because if I play rook c5, what is the problem here? How does white equalize the game? The number of moves left for time control are 10. 10. Rook c3, very good. Inferno, Pranay Akula, Anurag, Tushar, Sendil Nathan, Vardhan, Chess for Fun, Nilesh. Excellent. This is happening. And the good news is this is a check. If it was not a check, c2 would have queened. So I was thinking, but yeah, if you take here, there is knight e2 intermediate move. Then you take knight here. Then it takes here and you will be pieced down. So, second. I'm thinking about after knight a4, what is Vidit going to play? He has 7 minutes only on the clock. And he's feeling the pressure, guys. You can see there he's uncomfortable. He's moving back and forth. He really needs to figure out How is the exact way to move forward? With 7 minutes on the clock, it's not going to be easy. Oh, he goes bishop to d1. So that has been played, guys. But now, after knight c3, and he has 7 minutes on the clock only, he's played his move. And I think he will just go in knight c3 here. This is going to happen. I think Maghsoodloo is taking over, guys, here. What was the best move? Actually, it's very difficult to say. Maybe f4. But I don't understand. What if knight c3? You make way for... See, Maghsoodloo moving so quickly. He's so quick. And now if bishop takes here, bishop b7 with a6 plan, that would give counterplay. That is how counterplay has to be sought. Very difficult to find these ideas. But after bishop d1, knight c3, I think Vidit has gone bishop b3. That has been his move. He's put his bishop here and he's telling Maghsoodloo, remember, you are still a pawn down. But guys, this knight is such a monstrous piece. Just looking at rook d7, rook b7, rook a7. But don't forget that black player, I mean Maghsoodloo, did make a mistake yesterday against Harikrishna as well. Let's quickly go and check what Harikrishna is up to. Has his position... Oh, he goes rook d7. Wow, he finds rook d7. Maghsoodloo playing excellent chess. He wants to... नहीं, ये position नहीं, guys. Bishop d1, knight c3 happened. Bishop b3 happened. And now rook d7. And Vidit has his move prepared, but what is he going to play? Actually, Mihir says, Sagar, potentially we can exchange the knight with our knight. But how? How, Mihir? How? Here and here, maybe that's a way. A6 played by Vidit. A6. I am surprised with this move because, look at Vidit, yeah, he's so sharp. If I play rook a7, what is his plan, guys? What is Vidit's plan here? Come on, find. That is why he's played a6. He's baiting Maghsoodloo. He's like, Lelo pawn, take the pawn. Because then I have a killer idea. Yep. Exactly. That is his plan. Very, very sly. Very sharp. And this is, just look at this. This is how you fight. Knight c5. Excellent job. Shriyana Malya, Subhajit Sarkar, Kamal Vijay Ram, Lakshay Yadav, Rao Sahib Suryavanshi, Ayush Maurya, Suresh, Dipesh, Nilesh, Pranay Akula. So the move here is knight to c5. And why is this move even working? Because after rook takes c5, I will go rook takes d4 and your knight is kind of trapped here. It cannot go anywhere. It can go to b5 because if you take, then the rook is hanging, but I'll still take it. And after you take on c1, I will play b6. You will take here and b7. Next move check and queen. So this might... Maybe first bishop e6, yeah? Rook d8. The problem is king g7, b8 queen, rook b8, king b8, bishop... there will be rook b1 at the end. So actually, look at this, guys. Check, king here, queen, take, and now rook b1 and black wins. So the move, the right move here to rook b6, the only move is... What's the only move? Yes, Pranay, very good. Jyotinjay Sharma, Kamal Vijay Ram, Giannis Kotlas, Vinod Chauhan, Manasa Vaddepalli. It's not bishop e6 because if you take bishop e6, there are many ways to come under trouble. Because I can just take rook b7 and black is just better. The move is rook b4, very important move. And with this move, if you take here, I'll take back and then I cannot be stopped from queening. So you must take. And now if you play rook to b1, then white has the very powerful move. What is the unpinning move, guys? White to play. Mistadam, Nihira Call, Pranay Akula, Shriyana Malya. Excellent. Bishop d5. If you take the bishop, I'll take your rook. If you take the rook, I'll take your rook. And in the end, this is a winning endgame for white. So, a6, very, very interesting move by Maghsoodloo, by Vidit. And now Maghsoodloo is thinking for his move, which is correct time to think. Okay, let's go quickly and check what Hari is up to. Harikrishna versus David Navara. There the game seems to have there we have. So rook d2, rook f d8, h3, takes, bishop c4, queen d4, rook e8, rook e2. I think Hari is being a bit calm here. Maybe he's not looking for any attack. He's just saying to David that I don't think we both can make any progress here. And maybe we can just agree to a draw. Rook b8, rook e8. And they will just repeat. Maybe that's what I think is very likely to happen here. What do you think, guys? This game might end in a draw, right? And by the way, in Vidit's game, once again, Maghsoodloo finding the best move, King f8. Wow. He is just on a roll, yeah, here, Maghsoodloo. And what has Vidit played? King f8 is a classy move by Maghsoodloo. Vidit has 6 minutes. Well, it's just to bring your king, yeah. If I can bring my king to d6, I think I'll be making great use of my king to defend this, and then I can use my rook to take that pawn. So king f8 is a very, very good idea. But with it can go rook e1, which is an excellent move. King e7, and I was thinking knight to f4. Then you have pressure here. If you go king d6, I can we take then f e6? Oh, did Hari Krishna, and what happened in Hari Krishna? Why have they stood up? See Maghsoodloo there. We also have another camera here for everyone to see. This is the entire venue cam. I think Navara played his move, and Hari Krishna is just gone somewhere. What did he do? F6, I think he played here. Going back to Vidit's game. नहीं draw नहीं है. I don't think Hari has not drawn yet. Well, sometimes guys, that players have gone to the washroom or have gone to eat something, and they just are the opponent makes a move, they are no longer there. That's what has happened. But now with its time has gone to 4 minutes. Wow. Actually, this he might be even lower than that. What is with its time on the clock? 3 minutes 10 seconds. He has only 3 minutes 10 seconds. And he has to make 7 more moves to reach move 40. Another idea, guys, is to push a4, a5. Yeah, 7 moves in 3 minutes. True. Not going to be easy. And you can see with it there, not being happy. You can see his expressions. He's like, I don't like this variation. He's assessing that. He's looking at a move. He's like, no, I don't like that position. Because see, if you think rook e1, king e7, knight f4, you will think that after this you must take this, right? Because that's the logical step. But if you take it, black gets a huge advantage. So then how is this actually any good? Why? I mean, why would a human play like this? The move that the computer finds here is epic. And I think no human can find such a move. You know what move is saying? What is the move here, guys? It's a very, very classy move. No, not knight d5, Rohit, because then bishop d5 and maybe c4 in the air somewhere. It's very tough. Very tough. No, see, if you go knight d5, I'll most likely take and play c4. That would be winning. Yes, Shriyana Malya has found it. Very good, Shriyana. Anirudh Potawad, very good. Excellent. These are very strong players in the chat. Amresh Kumar. Rook e3 is the move. And rook e3 is threatening rook takes c3. This pawn is pinned. The king cannot move away from the pin because then... Okay, maybe king c6. I was thinking rook c3 takes bishop a4, but then this rook is hanging. Here rook e5. It's not easy. It's not... I don't think Vidit is going to go for rook e1. For sure, he's not going to play. Or, I mean, if he plays, it's not humanly possible to find the follow-up idea. So, I think he's going to have to play. He's down to 2 minutes. Less than 2, maybe 1 minute. 7 moves. I think also what his mind is saying is that if I don't find the right move now, even if I will have time, I might get a bad position. So let me put all my time now. Oh, he plays rook e1. Wow. Okay. First move done. That's a good move. But now, let's see what Maghsoodloo comes up with. So if Vidit finds all the key moves, he can still hold it. But with just around a minute on the clock, to find all of this not easy. And Maghsoodloo also a very psychological player. He might start moving quicker, yeah, now, just because his opponent is under pressure. Yeah, after 40 moves, both players will get half an hour. But right now, both of them. So Vidit has how much time? Let me put the clock here so I can tell you exactly the time that both players have. Vidit has 1 minute 6 seconds only. 1 minute 6 seconds. That's too little. For 7 more moves to make. 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. 7 more moves. Okay. Let's see what Hari Krishna. I think Hari and oh, he goes king e7. He plays it. Plays it. It's on the board now, guys. Vidit has 48 seconds left. Just move. 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 Very little. No, this is not the Norway chess time control. This is a very normal time control where you have 90 minutes for 40 moves with, and then after 40 moves half an hour. With every move you get 30-second increment. Come on, come on, come on. You can see Vidit under so much pressure there. King e7 on the board. What does he play? He's looking at the clock so many times. Generally, this is not a good idea. He will play knight f4, I think. No, he plays f4. He pushes his pawn to f4, but this is not a good move. This is not a good move. You see, the reason why he didn't go knight f4, which was the best move, is because after king d6, you think like humanly, you are unable to find anything here. You see knight e6, fe6, and you say to yourself, that is not a good position because his pawn may come up and stuff like that. And so you play your, you don't see moves like rook e3, which is such a classy move actually. But here, f4, king d6. Maghsoodloo's moves are not only easier to play, he has more time. So in all ways, Vidit is under a lot of pressure. He's down to 20 seconds. Last 20 seconds on the clock. Has to move. What is he going to play? Oof. Let's go to our large board here, yeah? Let's go back. This is better. King d6, f5 played, gives up a pawn, gf5, immediately Maghsoodloo takes it. I mean, Vidit has to decide now next. What is his next move? He takes back, g takes f5. I think that seems like the only move here. Yeah, g takes f5, bishop f5, Maghsoodloo there, making his next move also very quickly. Yeah, now knight e4 is a big threat with the fork looming large. So what to do now? Actually, the position is gone. The only move is knight c5, king c5, rook here. But if rook c5, there is rook d4. I think Vidit will find knight c5. That is his only chance here. That is his only chance to play. He takes it. He takes it. He finds knight c5. That is his only chance. And you can see Maghsoodloo there really focusing now. Knight takes c5 was a good move by Vidit. He found it. Now, careful, okay? Firstly, if rook takes c5, there is rook takes d4, king c7, rook d7, king d7. I don't know who's, I mean, black is definitely better here because black has an extra piece. But still, after a7, white is fighting here. Rook a5. Can you find the good move for white here, guys? Which saves the day for him. It's very important to find. Yash says, why not knight e5? Yash, we'll check that. Yes, rook e5, XRT official, Cubics, Kamal Vijayram, Suraj, excellent. Rook e5 is the correct move. Because now if you take the rook, I will queen. And if you don't take it, I'll take your bishop. So very good. So knight c5 is the correct move here. You were saying knight e5, right? But knight e5, what after rook e7? There is no move actually after rook e7. You have to go back and then there is knight e4 check where your two pieces will get forked. So knight takes c5. Now we saw rook c5. That position seems salvageable. So king takes c5 we have to check. But again, this is tough for Maghsoodloo to play. Why? Because the natural move is rook e5. But there's, it doesn't end. Tactics don't end so quickly. King b6. I put my king away. I say I'm a piece up. So you say no, you are not a piece up. I'll take the bishop. Now what is the move that black does here? knight e4, exactly. There's a fork here. And so, and the end result is that Vidit will be an exchange down here. But he will have one pawn for it, although he's losing those pawns. I think this would be a very difficult position to save. It's very tough, very tough. Unless he can find some moves like bishop a4, bishop b5. But maybe black can be even more accurate here and find some better moves like rook e7. What a classy move. To come rook e3 and cut him off. If king d3, there is king rook e3. So right now, Maghsoodloo thinking, humanly, our first reaction is to take with the rook. Because king c5, we see that rook e5. But grandmasters are not humans. Yeah, they are superhumans. So they are going to, of course, go deeper than what we just see in normal positions here. Maghsoodloo has 18 minutes on the clock, while Vidit has 30 seconds. Rook c5 would give Vidit better drawing chances. King c5 would actually make his task absolutely difficult. Like this, I would say 8 out of 10 times you would lose this endgame, or maybe more. Yeah, Rohit Ji is absolutely right. You are right that rook c5, rook d4, he's going to calculate this. He has time. This is the moment where you have worked hard at home on your calculations. This is the position. But you know, in chess, it's not only about calculations, it's also about evaluations. And here, this position, if Maghsoodloo thinks is much better than that exchange up position, he might go for it because here he's a piece up. But somehow this knight is getting trapped. That is the big trouble. It doesn't have good squares to go to. So let's see what he comes up with. Meanwhile, Harikrishna versus, he takes with the rook. He takes with the rook. That is good news. That is good news actually. He takes with the rook. Take king c7. And now Vidit at least got a few more seconds to think because his last move was very obvious. So he now has 40 seconds to think. Yeah, sure. Is my volume better now, or is it still low? I think it should be better now. Last move before time control. This is the final move, and that's why with it taking his time here, he has few seconds left, and he's just making sure that nothing else is he's missing, and he takes on d7. And the good news is, guys, that after he takes on d7, he gets 30 minutes on the clock, and his position isn't so bad. That is the good news here. And mainly after this, he'll go to the washroom, he'll get freshened up, and then he will find this move rook e3 to trap the knight. And then I think with it will hold this draw, which is actually a very important result, because if he loses this game, he would have been thrown away, far behind in the tournament. With a draw, you are still in with a chance to win couple of games and still go to the leaderboard. So here, this let's wait till what Maghsoodloo will do now next in this position. So queen d2, bishop c4, a3, bishop b3, queen d4, rook e8. This happened. f6, rook d2. Let's bring Harikrishna on the screen. g5. Nice move. Actually, Navara is actually playing for a full-fledged fight. Yeah, it seems. Bishop d4. Here, Hari has 8 minutes on the clock, and Navara has 3 minutes on the clock. And this is move number 32. Number 32. He goes Queen F4, offering a trade of queens. I think Hari might take it. Because if he takes it, let's say I take this, and bishop c5. I'm a pawn down, but my bishop is very solidly placed. It cannot be moved easily. By the way, Hari Krishna, the queen f4, has 5 minutes 56 seconds to figure out what to do. And there you can see Hari also not like thrilled with his position there. Navara is smiling, thinking, he's enjoying himself because he knows that. So takes, yeah, that's the right move. That's the right move. Hari Krishna takes. I think Hari is G takes f4, taken back, and now bishop c5. That is. Oh, he goes bishop b6. Hmm. Ah, I know what he wants. He wants rook d8, and then they draw the game. So if you play like king f7, I'll go anyway rook d8. You take, I'll take, and then you play maybe c5. Bishop d4, e5, bishop c3. And I don't see how black is going to make progress here. f3. Okay, all my pawns are on light squares, but where is your king's entry point? There's no entry point. You can play f5. I'll take, king f2. Maybe you have e4 at the right moment, but once again, I can wait. You go e3, I come here. And then I keep moving. Bishop c3, bishop a1, bishop c3. And even though it seems like this position, like bishop c2, bishop d3, but see, something like this can happen, yeah. And now, oh, it's happened. It's happening. King g5 is winning. Zugzwang. This is Zugzwang. Why? Because if the bishop moves away, I have king h4 coming here. If you move the bishop this way, then I have c3, c2. If your king moves here, I have bishop f1. So any move you make, losing. So I know, Chiranjeev, that Hari won't blunder this, but still, I mean, it might not be so simple. So king f7, rook d8 has occurred. In Hari will play it more carefully. He'll take, yeah, take here. Bishop takes has happened, and I think Navara will go now c5. I mean, otherwise the bishop will just come back and Let's check Vidit's game once again. What is. Aha. Vidit has now taken off from the board and he's just trying to relax himself. So this is the position. Maghsoodloo has to decide whether to take with the bishop or the king. He has 11 minutes on the clock to decide what to do. It's not going to be a simple decision, but both moves are around even. Like, let's say, take rook e3 is the move. Maybe king takes makes more sense because now rook e3 there is knight e4 with the help of this bishop. But I think king d7, a7 will be found. Say knight e4. Now you can't take the knight, bishop e4, and then this happens. So you go king g2. Although I want to go king f3 here, but I don't think it works because of rook to a5. And now there are no rook e5 businesses there. But king g2, can we go rook a here? Then now comes bishop c2. There's no rook a3 check because king is on g2. Wow. Wow. What important variations. Yeah, very important. Ah, you're saying king f3, there's also knight d2. Could be, but then after here, you can't take this bishop, no? Because white is queening. I think Maghsoodloo, in from what we saw right now, the better move is to take with the king. Because then the complications are very big and a7 is the only move. And then knight e4, king g2 once again the only move. So once you have to make many only moves, mistakes are bound to happen. But as black here, you have to take your opponent into that only move zone. Will Maghsoodloo be able to do that? So few moves have happened. He's gone bishop d8, e5, f3, king e6. He will be looking for e5, f5 maybe at some point. Akshay Nathur सागर भाई आज ऑफिस गए ना merch मिला. हाँ Akshay, I have got the merch. I will also wear it one day and then I'll put it up. I'll get it from there. King f2 played by Harikrishna. This is move 38 in their game and Navara has only 36 seconds left. I think he will have to make a move quickly. Yeah, Inferno has made a good point saying that Parham tried to play fast in with its time pressure, and that kind of backfired because he could have thought and found this king takes c5 instead of rook takes c5. What did he play here? King f2. Maybe he went king. No, bishop he moved. Bishop c2, I think. Played his bishop to c2. Maybe he wants to put his bishop on d3 so that if king goes anytime here, bishop f1. So there is some pressure on Hari Krishna for sure, because there is an extra pawn. These pawns are also on white squares, so they can come under attack anytime if the king wanders too far away. At the same time, there's this f5 break in the position, so you have to be mentally quite clear here how to play. I think Hari might want to exchange a few pawns. He can start off with the move g3, I think. That could really help him to get rid of a few pawns. Yeah, g4 also, Parth G. G4 also looks good. So g4 or g3 should be played. Let's go back to Vidit's game. Parham not making his move yet. Maybe this is how hard he should have thought on the previous move here. When he played uh, rook c5, I think he took what? He was 21 minutes. He took 3 minutes around. But if he had taken like 10 minutes here, he could have found this check king. It's kind of a forced line. There's nothing else. Go to Hari Krishna's game because the final minutes before 40 moves, 38 moves have been completed. Hari has 4 minutes 20 seconds. Yeah, there you go. Hari Krishna finds the best move g3. Exchanging pawns really will help him. Excellent decision there. F takes, king takes. And we've reached move 40 for Hari. And now David also has to make one more move. What does he do? Maybe c. Because now, once this g2 pawn weakness is gone, the king is more free to move. Okay, f5 has been played. I think Hari can take, and bishop b6. But then you are a bit worried, let's say bishop b6, that the king will come here. King here. King. Where does the king go? Because he takes king f2, king d5, king e3, c5, h4, bishop f5. And now it's important move. I think if you make some good moves, you should be able to hold this one. This is the live board position right now between Hari and Navara. Guys, 1 second, I'll be back. taken with the bishop. Maghsoodloo is down to 25 seconds because he hadn't completed his 40 moves, no? What if Maghsoodloo has to play? If he doesn't play, he might lose on time. Maghsoodloo, you're 12, 10, 10 seconds left. Play, play, play. Play. Has he forgotten? Ah, he's taken. He took like what? He had 8 seconds left and he took. He takes with the king. I think this is the tricky one. He's found the trickiest one. No, video was delayed, but the time was not. Now Vidit is back. He has to find firstly the only move. And he's ready with his move. So he's not even thought for a minute or so, but he's ready and he's ready with the right move. Because see, if you make any other move, guys, knight e4 aa jayega and rook a5. This pawn will be stopped, piece up. So you must play a7. Let's go. Yeah, a7 has been played. Now, in order to stop the pawn, what are your possibilities? One is you can go rook a5, but as we saw, it's a bad move because of rook e5. And then if you take the rook, my pawn will queen, otherwise I'll take your bishop. So direct rook a5 is out of question. The only reason why Maghsoodloo goes for this line is because of knight e4. Now, actually, this is a critical moment in the game because here there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 king moves to look at, and each one has to be dealt with very carefully because this is actually a method of elimination that we can make use of, and this will test with it because when there are 6 options, actually he can quickly eliminate a few. Like for example, he can eliminate king f3 because of rook a5. So moves where rook a5 work, he must eliminate. So let's say king e3, rook a5. King f1, rook a5. Yeah, Vidit is not low on time, that is for sure. King e2, rook a5. So actually it's not so tricky because it's all a question of stopping rook a5. But why does king g2 stop rook a5 is the question here. What is the move that white has? Dhanu Studios says, due to your class, I secured first in Kerala State Chess Tournament. Really, Dhanu Studios? Wow. Congratulations. That is true. And here's the move, guys. This is the move that I want you to find. Bishop c2. Fantastic job done by Abhishek Lovalekar, Suyash Swaroop, Suraj, Karandeep, Abhishek, Roshan, Arshil, Teja, Mehta Shrikar, Praful Sharma. Because after bishop c2, in all other lines, either there would be a check some way or the other, then you would lose the bishop. But here there is none. And here after take, it's a draw. So you can see carefully, like if suppose I had gone say king f1, then this same position I don't have bishop c2 because of knight d2 check, and then I pick up your bishop. Same way, if you go king f3, I'll go rook a5, bishop c2, knight d2 or knight g5 check, and game over. King g1. Oh, this is again interesting now. What is the move you should play here, guys? It's a very tricky move. What is the move that needs to be played here for black to win? Oh, a8 is queen. How can you play knight d2? Maghsoodloo has just left the board and not arrived. Yeah, he's given up like 4 or 5 minutes just like that. And Vidit making good use of his time there. Ah, you all want to checkmate with. Oh, with bishop h3 you want to checkmate, huh? But then what if I just take your knight? You go rook f5, I have rook e1 back. And so let's see the moves. Bishop h3 is not good. Knight d2 queen. Queen किया तो कैसे चलेगा? Rook c8 is the correct move. But why has no one written rook a5 here? Stopping this. Because now bishop c2 draws. There's no... and also guys, you might have wanted to go knight g5 or knight d2 so that bishop f5 can be met with a check on f3. But notice bishop f5 itself is a check. So that does not work. But then, how does rook c8 work? Because now after bishop c2, what is the move? Oof. Chess is so good. Chess is so good. Chess is so good. How will we ever master it, guys? It is so tough. You know what's the move here? No, not rook e8. Not rook e8. All those who are saying rook e8, guys, rook e8 matlab तो फिर तो खत्म ना. Rook e8, if you play in this position, then I'll take here. Bishop a4 bhi hai just. But even this and this. But the right move is of course check and take. So rook g8 is the move. And this answer has been found by Chris Keynes, Babu Rao, Bondita Bhagawati, Preet Sardara, Parvinder Singh, Abhishek Lowalekar, Aditya Agrahari, Aditya Chabalani, Harshit Sahani, and Dibin John. Rook g8, and now if king h1, knight f2 mate. King f2 you can't go, there is knight here. So king f1 only move. And now there are many ways to win, but the cleanest would be knight d2, king e2, bishop takes, king takes, and just put the bishop back. Then bring your rook here and win this. So nice one, right? This one. Actually, with a7, Maghsoodloo giving this check is an important move. But where is Maghsoodloo? Oh, he's actually maybe. So the board is going to refresh now. Meanwhile, Harikrishna's game, very quickly, is looking like a draw for sure. Because after bishop f5, h4, king d5, king f2, king d4, stopping king e3, king e2, c5. I think bishop b6 should work now. Bishop b6, there's no c4. He Bishop b6. Maybe should be doable. Even Hari Krishna has to be careful here. It might seem like all lines are drawish, but in the end, these endgames are tricky business. Although Hari Krishna is really a good endgame player, and this is his forte. Guys, Jitu says Sagar looking nice with red shirt. It's if you see here what's written, it's written checkmate. And also on the collar, if you see carefully, there's a rook here. Then there are some chess pieces. So it's a nice T-shirt. It's given to me by Indonesia from Indonesia. The Indonesian Chess Federation had made this T-shirt and they gave it to me. So how about King D2, says Yashwant. Okay, Yashwant looks good. I'm thinking how to create more pressure on you. Say I go back. What do you do? Maybe you also play some move like Bishop B6. But now suddenly Bishop H5. See, there is venom in the position. I have to go here. And then comes E4. So you can't play anything and hold. You may have to play like Bishop F6 here. Because then after Bishop H5, King E2, or even King E2 is not needed here. F4 is good. And then I take here. So yeah, this could be, I mean, Hare Krishna with, this is the reason why after 40 moves, if you get half an hour, this time control is much better for players. Because in Norway, they had half an hour added in start of the game only. And the thing about time is such that it's not only on the chessboard but also in life. If I tell you that you have 4 days to do this work, you will take almost three and a half days to at least do it. If I tell you you have 1 day to do this work, most of the times you will finish it. So it's a time expands. I mean the amount. So when they say you have 2 hours at the start and then 40 moves ka 10-second increment, people take more time in the opening. And here now you get half an hour. So it's like those savings. Okay, it's like you put your savings in a way where he's going to play King D2, I think. Yeah, King D2 played on the board. C5, King D2 has happened. Work expands to fill the time available. Sort of. Yeah. Let's see how the game continues here. For now, Hari Krishna is safe. But this is very interesting, no? That if chess players are given 1.5 hours and then half an hour after 40 moves, they will finish those 40 moves in 1.5 hours. If they are given 2 hours, they usually come under pressure on 2 hours after 40 moves. So it's just psychology. Just psychology. And also, of course, with more time, you want to play better moves. 94 on the board, and now Vidit Gujrathi, he is thinking for his move here. This is an important moment, guys, because if Vidit manages to find the only defensive move here, which is King E2, King G2, he will be able to hold it. But if he cannot find it, and King G2 is important, not King G1, because from King G2, if you go Rook C8 and then you go, actually again Bishop C2 cannot work because of Rook G8. Still the same. My God, guys, this is not easy. This is not easy. So I thought that here King G2, Rook C8. You know what's the only move to draw? What is the only move to draw? Crazily tough. No, not rook d1. Rook d1, king c6. Yeah, c5. c5. c5 is the move. Look, rook d1, check, king c6. And somehow bishop a4, check, king b6. Black is winning. But look at this, c5. My point is I want to go bishop d5. And so my natural question is why not king g1? Because king g1 may. So look here. Knight e4, king g1, rook c8, c5, rook g8. And you don't have king f3 now. Because king h1, knight f2 mate. So king f1 only move. And then knight d2 and knight takes b3. But if your king is on g2, then after rook c8, c5, check, king f3, knight d2, king f4 hits the bishop. Oh, he blunders. He blunders. I mean, it's not a blunder. I think he's found the second best move in the position. King e3. But here, this is the point. This was the very, very key moment. But king e3 played by Vidit. And now this instant move by Maghsoodloo. Rook a5. Here the question is, what if rook c8? Why not this move? It's again a very difficult move to find, I think. No, if you play bishop c2, maybe knight d6 is what the problem you might face. But this might also be is possible to draw maybe. Here king e4. There's no rook e8 because I take on f5, and if you take on e1, there is queen. So rook a5 is the correct move actually, by all means. Because now if you play bishop c2, I want to take here, but then there's king f4. Just one more question in my mind. If we go king e2, there's check. King f3 check is there. King g1 is a problem. King g2 was the king g2, rook a5, bishop c2. Can't go here because of take, and rook e5. Oh, that's why in all the lines where the king is on e3, here this trick with bishop c2 does not work because of knight d6, takes. There is no rook e5. The king is blocking, and it's also a check. Yash Bambani says, why not rook e4, bishop c2 instead of rook. Yash, you mean this position? Take, and this. Then he won't take here, right? He will just go back. And then you're rook down. Yeah, this was not at all simple. Actually, all these variations, I mean, this might well be a very good position for elimination. To eliminate the moose. It would, you know, we have this book by Jacob Agard here. Yeah. It's called Calculation, and in that he has many different chapters, and the names of the chapters are Candidate Moves, Combinational Vision, Prophylaxis, Comparison, Elimination, Intermediate Moves, Imagination, Traps, Tests. So in the chapter of elimination, I would put in a very difficult position this one. Oh, and Vidit after rook a5 has given a check on d1. Okay, now it's Parham's time to see if he can find a tough move. Now again, guys, this is such a crazy game. This is so interesting because now Parham has to find the only move. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 moves. Also, knight d6, but I think knight d6 block is just a blunder because of c5. And if you take rook c5, I can queen. So there are 6 moves. So let's see if you guys. What do you play here is the question. So let's say first we start with the most natural move, because when you have a bishop on light square, I want to put my piece on a dark square. Does not work because of a very simple reason, and I think this is very easy to find. Let's see if you guys in the chat can find it. Here, what's the move, guys? White to move quickly, quickly, quickly. I think you guys are too good at this, so yep. Very good, excellent job done by so many of you. Suraj, Dynamic Chess, Usman, Rohan, Sendil Nathan, Aditya Bhopale, Sumit Talekar, Siddhant Kalra, Amit Dokania, and Patrick Pro. So, Rook d5 is a big threat. So, Rook d5, and if I go King c7, Rook d5, and the game ends in a draw. So now the question is, Prashna, is that if you go King e7, still Rook d5. If you go King e8, still Rook d5. King c8, still Rook d5. But King e6, now Rook d5 makes zero sense, because Rook takes a7, the bishop is protected by the king. So that's the reason why you have to play your king to e6. Once you play your king to e6, you will of course be afraid of this disco check to the king. Now, let's say you go king e7 back. This time rook d5 impossible, because now, I mean, it's possible, but the pawn blocks it, so I can move away my bishop. So let's say bishop d5, threatening to queen, and also take this. If you go rook a3, check, then comes king f4, which we already saw is a draw. But here is another amazing move for black. What is that move, guys? Black to play. This game has variations which will make anyone very strong. Maybe tonight I should ask Tanya. Oh, and Maghsoodloo finds it. What a guy! What a guy, Maghsoodloo. Of course, this one was not so tough because rook d5 was a big threat. But this training session with Tanya that I did the other day, where she had to find all the tough moves, maybe this is a good game. Okay, so king e6 has been played. By the way, the move that I wanted you guys to find is knight to c3. Excellent. Knight c3 found by many of you. Johan Boricha, Max Staff, Suyash Swarup, Akshay Shinoy, Samil Dolani, Mahadeep Deb, Being Brilliant at Chess, Deepesh Sokal, Dynamic Chess, and Ishu Bhushan. Well done. So knight c3 is the move here that will fork this and this. And if you make a queen, I take, you take, knight takes, and black has great winning chances here. So going back to the live board after rook d1, king e6, I think Vidit will go for c5 check because there is nothing else left here to do. So everything else is just lost. It's the only move c5. And then you are hoping to somehow create something, but the game is slipping away slightly. Can you go king f4 here? Here king f4, but it's defended, no? So if I just take this, what will you do? So king e6. Now while Vidit is thinking, let's quickly go and check what Harikrishna is doing. Oof, so many pawns have been exchanged. So firstly, we look till here. King here, bishop g6. Played by Navara, as we said, the threat is to go bishop h5. So bishop a5 here. Check. King d5. King e3. King c4. Take. King b3. Bishop here. Bishop d6 should work. Oh, but bishop d6, he felt like c4. And now you have to once again find the only move here in this position. Oh, they drew already. They drew. Because here king d2 is the drawing move, c3 and king c1. Draw. But any other move would have lost. So in the game, he went king d2 first, giving up a pawn. Giving up here. And then they, I think, agreed to a draw already, because after take on c5, it's okay. I mean, it's just a draw. You can't move your king. Until you can't move your king, the pawn is not going ahead. So this is a draw. Harikrishna has drawn his game, and with this, he still maintains his lead with 3.5 points. Quang Liem might also draw his game against um, David Anton. So let's see if he's able to draw. Then Harikrishna maintains his lead in this tournament, which is a good thing. But the game, which is very, very exciting and heating up, is Vidit versus Maghsoodloo. Because after Vidit's move, Rook d1. Oh, he has gone c5, has he? He's played c5, it seems. Did Vidit play c5? Yes, he has played c5 on the board. c5 on the board. Yeah, being brilliant at chess says GG Hari. We saw him, Hari, in great form in this tournament. Loving to see him back in form. Absolutely. So now with this check, there is king e5, king e7, king f6. Three moves that can be played. The question is, how do you respond? One move is king f6. And you must play bishop d5 now, threatening to queen. So that if you play this, then I take. And then rook e7 also does not work pinning here, because there is rook d4 and white is better. So bishop d5, you need to play knight c3. I think this will be the end game we will reach. Queen, take on d1, king d4, take on a8, bishop a8. And when we'll reach this, we'll have to analyze. This is a tremendously complicated endgame to see who's winning. Guys, let's try to focus on the game. It's okay. Maybe it's not a good result, bad result, but he's right now, the position is very, very tough to defend, and whether or not he can save this game is the question. So now, again, black has to find the only move to keep the game going. What is that move? Like, otherwise, it will end in a draw. So, a4, a5, pushing the pawn is the idea. So, we need to stop that pawn from moving, and knight b2 is the correct move. Well done. Those who have said knight b2, being brilliant at chess: Sendil Nathan, Firo Boy, Praful Sharma, Akshay Shinoy, Priti Debaje, Insomniac, Ayush Maurya, Geeta, and Suraj. Here, knight b2 stops this. Let's say, how do I even continue? Maybe let's say bishop. I want to go here and here, maybe. Say king c3, knight d3, attacking this pawn. If I can't go here, so king c4. Yeah, this might be easy for a computer to win, but for human beings, this is very complicated, guys. This end game is very tough. So Maghsoodloo thinking very long and hard. After this, he's still trying to figure out what to do. And there we have the full screen of the players thinking. Look at the intensity, guys. Just, when many people told me, do you meditate? And I would often say no. I have often realized now that when I read a lot about it and stuff, realized that playing chess, thinking about chess, thinking about all the possibilities is very similar to meditation, because you're just focusing on one thing. Of course, there are many different types of meditations and stuff, but if you want to improve your concentration, solving chess positions, tough puzzles like these, where there are so many options, like you can go here, 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 is quite a good way. Well, actually, to figure out the intricacies here is not so simple because okay, king e5 you just instinctively say no because of rook d5 check. Sometimes, of course, your instincts can be wrong, but here not. So king f6 and king e7. These two moves. Let's say king f6. There is bishop. Yeah, king e7 makes a lot of sense because in this position, let's say knight c3, a8 queen takes takes check. The king is closer to this where I want him to be. Like I mean, every tempo is gonna count here. So okay, let's see what Parham comes up with and then what Vidit plays. Harikrishna has already drawn his game, guys. For all those who are joining in right now, Hari Krishna has drawn. Vidit is in some trouble here. He's a piece down, but if you count the number of pawns, he has two pawns. At the same time, one of his pawns is about to queen or about to die. What is going to happen? We have to wait and watch. Time situation is both players have right now. Parham has 12 minutes. We are soon going to be in time pressure for sure. Parham has 12 minutes and Vidit has. Oh, King e5 played. Wow. Wow. I mean, that looks incorrect, right? Because okay, here there is nothing like looks as such. You have to be very precise. So check makes a lot of sense. King e6 is a blunder because rook d8 there will be a discovered check and I'll queen. So you must go king f6. That's the only move. I think Vidit knows that he has his only move is to give a check. And now what is White's main plan here, guys? What is White's main move that he can play after rook d5, king f6? No, 40 moves have been completed. My voice is bad. Is low. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. My voice is coming very low. Everyone's saying. I mean, I'm very surprised. Yeah. Okay, okay, guys. Maybe I'll try to talk a little louder. Parham is very tired. Yeah, you can see him. Yesterday, day before yesterday, he had a tough game. Maybe rest day was not enough. Check there. King f6 instantly played by Parham. And now the question that I had asked you all, has Vidit played that move? Yes, I mean King f4. Have you guys answered that? You are absolutely right. King f4. Naman Khandelwal, Pranav Chakravarti, Abhishek, Amol, Vinod, Shivang, Santosh, Abhi NB, Ayush, Bhavit. King f4. And now the question is, where does this bishop go? Because it is threatened to be taken. So bishop g6. And now once again, the only move to keep the game going, what is it? What is it here? Rook c5, Mahernos, you cannot play rook c5, no? There will be a queen here. So you have to keep the rook on this file. This is a tough one. Very tough. Let's see what are the moves. Bishop c2 you want to play. I think bishop c2 is not going to work because of knight g5, knight c3. And this is completely fine for black. Black is winning. So not bishop c2, but the move that is the second main that you all have mentioned, h4. Naman, Arnav, Utkarsh, Kushal, Ayush, Abhigyan, Prahlad, Vardhan, Altaf. And the move is h4. The idea of h5 to trap. So let's say you go h6, h5, bishop h7, rook d7 attacking here, knight g5, bishop d5 threatening to queen, knight e6, king g3, and this is a draw. After check, king f2, let's say bishop e4, bishop takes, knight c5, taking here. If you queen, I'll take the pawn, bishop takes, and knight d7. So yes, there are drawing possibilities here with king f4, but Vidit must first find that move, king f4. Rest of the moves are not good enough because bishop c2 very tempting, yeah. But there is a defensive move for black. Can you find it, black to play? While you think, let me just come in a second. What is the only defensive move here for black? And we have found so many people giving the right answer. Knight g3, Rishi, Praful, Inferno, Santa, Akshay, Neelab, Naman, Ayush, Pritham, and Deep. Knight to g3. What a move. If you take the knight, I'll take here. If you take the bishop, I'll take with the knight. So the game is getting very exciting, actually. Look at Vidit there. Fully focused. He's trying to figure out what to play. What's wrong with this? I have no clue. Okay, anyway, the video might refresh. Vidit has only 7 minutes left, guys. Do you think, guys, he'll defend this? He has to find king f4. Because if he plays bishop c2 directly, knight g3 is saving the day. After king f4, this. Again, you have to find this. Now this can work. But this is the point. Man, this is not simple. This is not simple. Not at all trivial. If someone came and told you this position is very easy, don't believe that person. This is extremely tough. Let's go and check now on the full board and see what is happening. You can see with it putting all his energy there, he knows that this is the moment. That is already a sign of a good player, that he knows that this is the critical moment. Now the next thing is to find the move. How about c6 now? But c6 doesn't help, right? Because I just take this pawn. Mm, Bishop c2, knight g3. I think once again by elimination, you can find king f4. But after bishop g6, you might say to yourself, but what's the move? And this move h4 is very tough to find, I feel. And bishop e6 is possible here. But then rook d8 is a classy move. Threatening to queen. You take here, I take on e6. Let's say fe6, king e4, knight c5, I just save my bishop. bd5 should be okay. Draw. But 4 minutes 50 seconds for Vidit. Guys, all those who are enjoying this, please do like the stream. And also please do subscribe. 3 minutes 53 seconds. It's not going to be easy. Very tough, very tough. But let's see. I think king f4. You think? Yeah, he's just going there. Is he going bishop c2? Oh, he plays bishop c2, but bishop c2, knight g3. But maybe. He's seen this. And look at this. Parham comes here. Very important moment here, because if you play rook takes a3 check, then after king f4, black is... This is a draw. Rook d8. Draw. So not rook a3. Rook a3, king f4. That helps. You have to find the move knight g3. Parham finds it. Good move. Excellent move by Parham. And now, what did Vidit have in mind? Check king e5. If bishop f5, there is knight f5. Two minutes 40 seconds. Now there will be no increment, guys. This is going to be the final time that Vidit has. Now Vidit king h. What are you saying? Nikhil Sharma, thank you for super chat. Pawn is defending. No, you can't take here because of c2 hanging. It's a discovered attack. Give a check. This check only helps black, right? This black king e5. What is the point? King e5. Ah, I know what he wants. He wants king e5, hg, bishop takes, rook d7, protecting his pawn, attacking here. Let's say after take, king d2, bishop g6, black is winning. Black is winning this. The main point is that after c6, you need to find the last accurate move here for black. What is that, guys? Last accurate move here for black. And then you are winning. If you don't find this, it's a draw. Yes, Naman Khandelwal, you are right. Who else? Inferno, Abhishek, Sagar Goel, Pranav Chakravarti being brilliant at chess. Rupali Devi, Vardhan Shah, RVG Thomas, Chess Codes, Prachi Jain. So king e6 is the correct move. And then you can't push because king d7. The main thing is that c6, bishop f5 is incorrect because now just rook takes f7. And then white is back in the game. So rook d6, firstly Parham must find king e5. Because Parham might also think, why can't I play just king e7? Looks good, right? Here the move is bishop d1. I don't even understand why this is the best move. Okay, knight is hanging, I understand. Ah, you're stopping knight h5. Okay. And if I go knight e4, you are just going bishop f3. So, no knight e4. If you go bishop, knight f1, king f2. Again, knight cannot go here, here. Here, can take here. King g3, knight f1, king f2. Maybe it's a draw. It's a draw. So king e5 is the only move. And Maghsoodloo thinking he has 10 minutes on the clock. Look at Vidit there, super focused. All the years of hard work, like all the hours of hard work has to come to good use now. By the way, one more game is going on. Quang Liem versus Anton Guyaro. This seems like a draw though. This is a draw. This is a draw. But this one is not. Nine minutes on the clock. Parham Maghsoodloo is thinking for his move. His only correct move here is king e5. But also it's not easy to see that king e7 does not work only because of bd1 and the knight is trapped. So the natural question to ask is, could Vidit have done bd1 here? The problem is that there is one move for black that saves him here. What is that move? Otherwise bd1 would have worked. Will Vidit be playing any offline tournament before this Olympiad? Yes. Chessbase India Originals with Anish Giri. That's the only one, I think. Yes, Samuel Abraham, Chayan Manchanda, Mihir Vaidya, Naman Khandelwal, scientist Anirudh Hira Prem Kumar, Aditya Bhopale, Bishop e6, attacks the rook, and after rook has to move, you go knight f5 and you save everything. So that's the reason why. This is the thing. So you can't go bishop e6 because this is hanging. So yeah, Parham needs to play king e5, but it's taking a lot of time. I think Parham, if he is not able to figure this out, in which move could be tough for him. Actually, king e5, bishop f5, knight f5, check. Maybe king e5, bd1 could be a tough one for him. But then knight e4 is there anyway. Oh, he goes king e7. He blunders. He blunders. King e7 has been played, and now Vidit must find bishop d1. This is an extremely important moment of the game. Extremely important. So if Vidit does not find it, then black has everything set. Somehow trap this knight. Somehow trap this knight. Vidit has what? 1 minute left on his clock. Roughly a minute. No, we just discussed after bishop d1. Look at the time, guys. After king e7, Vidit has 1 minute 36 seconds left now. The 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 point is The knight e4 move, there is bishop f3 and then king f4 with rook a3 check. So, so the knight cannot go here. He cannot go here. He cannot come here, king f2. He cannot go to h. I mean, going to h1 is like going and burying yourself alive. It's just not done. Oh, he finds it. He finds it. Bishop d1. Excellent move played by Vidit. And I think he's going to save this game. He is going to save this game after this move. Whew, what a move by Vidit. And there you can see Parham, I think, has missed it. And also the nice point, guys, here is that after check, to find king f2, hitting the knight, your knight cannot go here and here. The rook controls this. So your only move is knight h2 and then king g3. And then the knight cannot come here and here. Oops, here and here. So the knight's only move is check again. And then I come back. And then you go back. And then it's a draw. Or just in case, you can take. And okay, you have 2 pawns for one, but this is not so tough to hold, I think. Like bishop f3, say rook c7, rook d5. And then maybe next move I'll go c6 and save my pawn. King e7, bishop d1 was a great move by Vidit. Great move. Oh, he goes knight e4, but I think Maghsoodloo has missed bishop f3. This is the last move that Vidit has to find. I think once he finds this, or I'm just been... Guys, no, wait. Because if Vidit's rook is hanging, look, bishop f3 is such a good move. So first of all, if you take on d6, I take with a check and then I queen with my bishop. So you can't take. And if you take on c5, then I have rook d5. Again, great move played by Vidit. He's found this move, bishop f3, which is kind of the only move. Excellent chess. Excellent chess. Bishop f3 with time under a minute on the clock. He's finding some of the only moves. And I think after knight takes c5, this is the move that Maghsoodloo might have missed. Because now the bishop is hanging. When the bishop moves, rook takes c5. Rook takes c5, there is a queen. So that will not work. He takes on c5 there. And now again, can Vidit find rook d5? Can he find this? He has to find it. Is the final move. And he finds it. Rook to d5 played on the board. And guys, draw most likely incoming here. Okay, but first Maghsoodloo will give another problem. He will take this. And again, Vidit will have to find the only move. Because if you go king f4 in this position, then rook takes f3 check, king takes f3 check, and game over. He gives a check, and now Vidit has to find the only move once again. His time, by the way, guys, is 46 seconds only right now. 44 seconds only. He has to find king e2. That is the only move. How tough is that? This game is so much about elimination. King e2 is the only move here. Rest, because everything else there is rook takes f3 and bishop e4. If king f2, rook takes f3. If king d2, then there is knight b3 check. He finds it. King e2 once again played. The only move on the board, rook a3, king e2, has been found. And now, after king e2 has been played, Maghsoodloo is in some trouble because knight is hanging, bishop is hanging, pawn is queening because the bishop is x-raying that square. So one of the pieces will fall. And with a series of like 3 4 only moves by Vidit, he has finally managed to hold a draw here, which is very important for his tournament situation. He was almost lost there. It is quite interesting to ask Maksudlu as to why did he not play king e5 here. What was the reason that he didn't play it? Because this, it just doesn't seem why he wouldn't do it. And now with 5 minutes on his clock, he's thinking, but all the time in the world. Himang says Parham might even lose this. No, I don't think he won't lose. He won't lose this. Yeah, I will analyze this game. It was very interesting. I think this game was filled with so many beautiful analysis and calculations. I would say this game is all about if you take good enough time, you will enhance your calculations. Yeah, Aryan Kedia, that is right. So many points. One move was wrong, and then on the same other move, like that same move would work on some other occasion. So it's very complicated. Chess is just always all about specifics. Knight e6 played, but yeah, this is just now trivial. You take the bishop. Yes, take it. I think he wants to play knight d4 check. Yeah, that is played, and now king f2. I, I think king e1 can also work, and king d2 also can work. But in all variations, I think you will be a pawn down in rook endgame, which is fine. Which is fine because Vidit has seen worse days than that. Take here. I mean, this is also. I think you are just getting it back instantly. So you're not even going to be down material. Let's see where he plays his king. King f2. Yeah, that's a good move. 44 seconds on the clock. 3 minutes 42 seconds for Parham. Ah, you mean to say just take the rook. Play this endgame. This also should be easy draw. So at the end, I mean, you will have one extra pawn, but the bishop can, at the right time, sacrifice itself for the pawn, and it's a draw. So, yeah. Preetham Raghuvanshi, what happens is that on Chess, the time when the move is made, it takes slightly more time to update, and that is why the time is not shown there. That is the main problem. So now check king f1, again a good move. No, there is a time increment of 30 seconds. No, but I think this has been a very, very good game by Vidit. Also by Parham, he's played excellently, but in the end, he made a mistake. And I think both Indian players have had exciting games with Parham Maghsoodloo. He's just that kind of a player. You call him to a tournament, and he gives you full entertainment. He gives you great games, great fighting spirit, and that's what he loves to do. No, I don't think he'll repeat. He won't repeat. The main reason why he won't repeat is because at the worst case he can take here and be a pawn up in that endgame. But Parham knows that the game is a draw now. So, guys, all those who are joined in, tuning in, this is the fifth round of the Prague Masters. We have Harikrishna, who's on 3.5 out of 5, leading the tournament along with Quang Liem. Vidit is right now fighting against Parham Maghsoodloo. Please do like the stream, and if you haven't subscribed to ChessBase India, please do subscribe. We have this event. After that, there are so many more events happening. There is also going to be the candidates coming up. Then the Leon Masters where Anand will play. He takes on a7 and he says that I have a fork here. I think Rook f4 is what Vidit's going to do. Rook f4 just seems clean. 36 seconds left. He plays Rook to f4. Good move by Vidit. Check here. Very quickly played. What happens to King g2? I think King f2 also looks possible. King g2 is okay. Harsh Mallu, Leon Masters, not a classical event. I believe it will be rapid. Check. Check. King g3. With it now taking it slow and steady, he knows he has time on the clock. He has managed to hold himself here. He has, oh, what, 5 seconds on the clock? Come on, move, move, move. I think he played this last move with just 2 seconds on his clock. He goes King g2. Oof. King g3 with just 2 seconds on his clock. Parham trying to put so much pressure here. Well, I hope he doesn't manage to kind of outplay with it here. Looks unlikely. Bishop h5, good move. Attacking this pawn. f5 played by Parham. Quickly played. I think Parham still pushing for a win here. He's like, why should I not try? Why should I exchange the knight for the bishop when the rook endgame is drawn? Why should I exchange the rooks when the knight versus bishop endgame is drawn? At least here, with rook and knight on the board, I can continue trying for several moves. Rook h4. Let me try and see if I can bring the clock. But I think clock is going to be tough to... Maybe let's... yeah, because with the clock, what's happening is that I have a accurate clock, but then they are making moves later. So King f6. But maybe that is a better one. That is a better way to view this match, maybe. King f6. Bishop e8. 60 moves have been completed, yeah. I think that was the reason why Vidit looked at the arbiter and said, I need a new score sheet. Will Vidit manage to hold this, guys? This is the time on the screen now. 3 minutes 55 seconds for Parham, 43 seconds for Vidit. He's still writing the moves. I don't think they keep score in time trouble. No, you have to, because here the increment is 30 seconds per move. And in whenever the time increment is 30 seconds per move, writing of moves is compulsory. King g7 to protect the pawn here. There they get a new score sheet. I think Vidit knows that the draw is in hand here. He must just be a little bit careful of these knight forks here. 40 seconds on the clock. 3 minutes 14 seconds for Parham. King f4. Nice. King f4. Avik Saha says draw is the new win here for Sagar. No, Avik, if you were there from the beginning, you too would have felt that, because I think Vidit was in big trouble. Rook e2 played on the board. 33 seconds for Vidit. Now threatening a check. Parham still putting pressure on Vidit. What is the penalty for not writing moves? Kuntal Das. I think most likely the penalty always is either your time gets cut or opponent gets more time. Bishop h5 plays his bishop back here. An important move, because now with rook e4 check, can go back to g3 and there is no knight e2 business there. So the bishop controls the e2 square. Check. Of course, king g3 only move. King g5 would have been a pretty checkmate with h6. But king g3. Water, guys, water. Nothing. Not lassi. जो भी करो शान से करो. King g3. And now, I don't know. With the focus on the, when you see the video, you realize the players are just so focused. King h6. Wow, what an interesting move. 'Cause if you give any discovered check, I'll take your rook. But yeah, you can still give, right? Bishop d1 or bishop f7. Hardik Shah says, "Hi Sagar bhai, how to remember chess notations? Tried a lot, not able to do so." So Hardik, first of all, try to remember the squares and then ask someone to point at a square where you can tell out e4, f5, c6, like that. And try it for a few days. Don't give up in one day. Try it for 10 days. You should be able to do it. He goes bishop to d1. And the king comes up to g5. Wow. What? Take this? Free pawn? This is like, Parham, that's a free pawn. Why are you giving me a free pawn? Yeah, takes on h7. Maybe Parham forgot about that pawn or what? No, no, not really. He goes for rook e1. Oof. Travel with Nikhil Roshan, who's been supporter of Indian chess for 6 months, says, "Sagar bhai, address देना, coffee भिजवाता हूँ." Zomato says. वैसे, would you be interested in Shairi podcast someday with me? Uh, I'm not very good at Shairis. Travel with Nikhil Roshan. The only Shairi exposure I have is reading your super chats of Shairi. Bishop h5. Inferno says, when is no castling match? Spectators allowed. The no castling match is 20, I think 16th to 24th July. Nice, nice. All is well. All is well here. Four pieces trying to attack the king, but the king has seen worse days and now can take care of himself alone. Jai Krishna Nadkarni says, big fan Sagarwai, please say GUC pawn once. He goes what? Rook C1. GUC pawn is like this, yeah? In this position, you can say. He plays king g5 and the rook takes this juicy pawn on h7. Okay, king f2. Played rook c1. Parham has 2.5 minutes. Vidit has 1 minute. Atmanirbhar king. Yeah. 1 minute to go for Vidit. Now he's not even a pawn down, so I mean, no stress. Now it's all good. Oh, nice move. Rook to d7. If king takes h5, he wants to take this. So check. King g1 now. What? Yeah, king g1 looks good. Who's king e1? Also good. Hello, Joy Datta. Mitul says, what is the date for Leon Masters? Mitul, I think it is 7th to 14th July. Pihush Mahendri Reta says, what is the format for ChessBase India Original? So, there'll be different time controls that they will play, but there will be one most likely blindfold game. Then there'll be one rapid game, one uh, chess 960, one no castling, and then we go to blitz. And then maybe we'll also have a very short format. Should be very exciting. So that's the idea, to make it very fun, entertaining, exciting at the same time. Also some good quality games. That's the idea. सब कुछ खिलवा दो. I think Parham is now going to accept a draw here. Anirudh says hand and brain reh gaya. Hand and brain will happen in the exhibition match. Most likely, the exhibition match which we want to do is between the OGs of, the people who made this chess boom special. Samay, Biswa, Vaibhav, Anirban, these people. So maybe that will be a very nice hand and brain between these four people. That's my idea, but of course I'll have to figure out the details with them as well. But knight to f5 played. Bishop e2. Golem chess will not happen, guys. Golem chess only happens on uh, Samay's channel with Anish. Can't do that. But आप लोग सब आना, guys. Please do come. It'll be great. मजा आएगा. And we are trying our best right now to make sure it'll be good fun for all of you. No, Delhi mein, if you guys are in Delhi, 19th, there is a big event that is happening in Indira Gandhi Indoor Stadium. Please go there. There's also a tournament. If you're not taking part in that, it's still open till 16th to register. I've made a video on the channel. It's named as your chance to meet Vishy Anand and play in this event. So it's a very nice rapid event, 1 day event, and please go there. Joy Datta says I'm planning to go. Great. Please do. Apurva Gautam, I may not come, but someone from Chessbase India will come to cover, because it's such a big thing, guys. Keep every Olympiad will have a torch run that will start from India henceforth. It's the country in which chess has originated will have this tradition every single year. It's a very big thing, and I would love if you guys are in Delhi, can go there and watch it. Anand is going to be there, Vishwanathan Anand. There will be FIDE officials, current FIDE president Dorkovich would be there, and then maybe, who knows, some more guests might come. It will be amazing. Check. 19th is Indira Gandhi Indoor Stadium in Delhi. Rook h1. Okay. Parham starting to move fast. Riddhish Kapadia says, hi Sagar, we used to go to Dombivli together for Dhanesh sir coaching. Remember? Sangli days. Riddhish, of course, I learned from Dhanesh Rikhande. And how do I not remember your name if we went together for training? Did we go like very few times, or should remember? Maybe I'm getting old, yeah. And many times this thing comes in my head that I'm kind of forgetting things. By the way, this is hanging, but why don't we just play bishop g4 and just go into this endgame? That looks like a safe bet because that's like a Philidor position. Vidit now ahead of time than Parham also. Yeah, bishop g4, good move. Oh, Vaibhav Shreyas says I will be playing that in Delhi, and that's my first OTB. Any tips for that? All the best, Vaibhav. Just play well. Just don't be worried. Give your best. Enjoy. This one thing which is very important is to have fun. If you guys have seen this movie, King Richard, uh, in which he shows how he trained Serena and Venus, both of them, to become such big champions. The one thing he would tell his daughters always was go and enjoy. There was nothing else like okay, play forehand properly, play backhand properly. Because if you do that one thing well, you're going to enjoy chess for the rest of your life. And then of course win and loss will keep happening, but enjoying is important. Jai Krishna says, slightly unrelated, love the chess pieces you have in your video. Is it the Zagreb design? Yes, these are the Zagreb ones. They are here. Yeah. Any chance Chessbase India would sell such wooden pieces? Right now, we want to introduce wooden pieces. We've been trying to do our research since many months to do it well and to make sure that in the end the product we give you is affordable and also good quality. But for now, I mean, we don't have it. And I think Chess Bazaar is one good website. If I am not wrong, there was this one more. Um, what was the name of that website? I think maybe you guys are aware of it. Um, no, not Chess Empire. Yeah, I have that. Yeah, B12 deficiency, guys. Yeah, you blame B12 for everything. Yeah, Paramount Deals. Yeah, Aditya Gupta, you're right. So these are two, I think, good websites. Paramount Deals and Chess Bazaar. Yeah, Rook G7. Rook Parham is such a fighter. He's not giving up. Okay, King F3, I think. Just yeah, Vidit is not going to screw this up. He's going to draw this. Look at Parham there. He's like, "Arey, yeah, offer a draw." And a draw has been accepted. Look at Vidit there with those big eyes. And he's like, no. Parham smiles and he's like, why didn't you play King E5? He's like, yeah, I wanted to play King E5. I think this is the position, guys. They're talking about here. This is the moment, I think. This is the moment where Vidit got his chance. Somehow I can't hear them. So, plus they are not moving the pieces. But they are analyzing something. What? You see how guys they are able to go back and analyze without a chessboard, and that to look at some resources. This is high quality skill. Venkatesh Sundaraman says, love your analysis and broadcasts of the game. By the way, when is Vishy Anand getting Bharat Ratna? Thank you, Venkatesh Sundaram. King E5 now. Bishop D1. Think knight E4 is just winning, yeah? Maybe you just missed something very simple. You can see there Parham just very surprised that, oh, he miss something so simple. Not able to understand the complete analysis there, guys. But yeah, Venkatesh says, when is Vishy getting Bharat Ratna? Yeah, I hope that that happens. That would be really a great um, tribute to such a great champion. But also, I've seen that sports players are not always considered for Bharat Ratna. Sachin did get it, but if this happens, I think there is hardly anyone as deserving as Anand. Oh, and now they are putting up a position which is good, which is nice, because then we can see what was in their head. Oh, they are analyzing this. What is this? They're analyzing this endgame, but why? It's like, at what point was this endgame coming? Ah, maybe, maybe at this point, right? Take, queen, rook takes, king d6, something like that. Bishop f3, king e5, and then f5, knight d4. Yeah, but this is not going to win. No, I mean, this will be a draw. Okay, but I'm a bit tired now. He's like, okay, let's call it a day now. Enough of analysis. Jai Krishna says, as they are analyzing, can you please share some tips on memorizing the chessboard, chess visualization? Maybe create a video. I remember how you used to tell Samay in the beginning when you were training him on how important it is. Yeah, it's very important to kind of visualize the chessboard well, but also it there more than any tricks. I think it's all about practice. You know, anything that is worked upon properly, uh, regularly, you become a master of it. But in order to do it like quickly, it might not be very easy to achieve it like within a few days or something, the visualization part. But definitely you can work on it, and I think Amruta and I did some videos on it. You can check it out. It's called Blindfold Chess, so that could help you. Also, um, yeah, I think it begins with what I would recommend is take king and pawn endgames. You know, king and pawn endgames, if you solve, like, let's say any king and pawn endgame. Suppose I just take this is just an example, okay? So that you can try it in your um and it helped me actually quite a bit. So let's say try to close your eyes for all those who want to try and do this. Okay, try to close your eyes and I will tell you the position and you just think about it, okay? Don't, and you will find it very tough, but don't try to look. And then we will analyze it, okay? So, white king on e5. Okay, I hope you have closed your eyes. White king on e5, pawn on b5, black king on h5, pawn on b6, pawn b6, and f7. So there are only 5 pieces on the board. White king on e5, pawn on b5, black king on h5, pawn on b6 and f7. Now, firstly, you wouldn't even know which king, where is 5. Should I put white in my bottom? Should I put black in my bottom of my vision? Which piece should be put where? And it will all be blurry. Your head will start to ache. But that's very normal and natural. It's the first day. This has to happen. So try to figure out where the king you can put in your head on e5. It will all be like blank in your head. You will not even understand. There's no chessboard in your head. So you will be putting the king somewhere. So put it on e5 in the center. And then black king is on h5. So you know in your head you're like, okay, 5 5, so they should be in one line. Okay, E and H. So in between there is F and G. So there are two files in between. So I'll put like 2 squares away. I'll put the black king. So in your head, white king in the center, black king 2 squares away. Then B5 white has a pawn. So if the white king is on E5, then D5, C5 and 2 squares away, there's a pawn on B5. And then there's a pawn below it, black pawn, B6. Black has a pawn. And the black also has a pawn at f7, which is at a knight's distance from the white king and a diagonal distance from the black king. So, you know, this is just 5 pieces. You try to practice this, you're already on your way. So, you were able to visualize. Now, let's try to think about the moves. White to move, what should white play? So, first, you think in your head that, okay, I'm a pawn down, my king is on e5. I can go that side to pick up the b6 pawn of black, or I can go this side to pick up the f7 pawn. Which one should I take? It's a very tricky decision because now imagine if you go to f6, like you go diagonal like this, then black king will come down to g4. Then if you take on f7 the pawn, the black king will shoulder you with an opposition on f5. And then you go this side, e7, e5. Black king will go to e5. You go to d7, he goes to d5. Go to c7, he goes to c5. And then you go to b7, he takes the pawn on b5. So you see, you have to think, and this is why I would say do pawn end games. Take pawn end games from somewhere and try to visualize. I would say it's also like meditative. At first, it's like, have you ever tried to just think just try to think, just try to keep your mind blank and breathe. Lot of thoughts keep coming in your head. It's very difficult to do it. And in the same way, visualizing a chessboard is not easy. Yeah, many people were trying this, which is great. So, guys, try to solve this in your head and then figure out the answer. Asli Magnus Carlsen has come, who is the pillar of Indian chess for 6 months. Thank you, Asli Magnus Carlsen. फिरूजा मुझे नहीं हरा सकता दोस्तों, मैं ही जीतूंगा अगली चैंपियनशिप. चिल. Arka says it is overwhelming how in this comp era Hari and Param analyzing OTB for more than 30 minutes. For sure. Shivam Jadhav says I was able to visualize it. Thanks for the practice. Fantastic. Invento Gaming says it was a nice exercise. People are saying what's the answer, yeah? Everyone wants to know the answer here. King, if king f5 could be the answer. The answer could also be king. I don't think answer is king d6, because king d6, f5, king c6, f4, king takes f3, king c7, f2, b6, f1, b7, and this is winning. This you should know. With the knight pawn on 7th, it's a win. So I can't go that side, but I can go king f5. Now, if he goes king h6, king f6 should be a draw. Because when I take on f5, f7, your king should be on f5, which is not happening. So king h6 is definitely a mistake. So he must go king h4. So now, let's say king h4, I have two ideas. One is king f6, king g4, king f7, king f5. This is already lost. Black wins, because black will now just go tuck, 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 take this pawn and win. So king h4, king f6, galat. So then by elimination, you go king f4. King h5, you have king f5 again, starting position. So either he must push the pawn. If he plays f5, I'll take. If he plays f6, king f5, this is actually white will win this, because I just take this pawn. So you can't play even f6. So you must play king h3. I'll go king f3. King h2, king f2. King h2, king f2, f6. Now, if I go king f3, you go king g1, king f4, king f2, king f5, king e3, king f6, king d4, and yeah, black reaches first, like from below. So this is a definite problem. King h2, king f2. So if I go king f4, that also is losing, right? Because here, 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 and here, this is lost. So I must go king f2. But then f6. Because f5, king f3, king g1, king f4, king f2, king f5, king e3, king e5. That's fine. So f6 looks right. Not f5, f6. Oops, अरे एक pawn चलो एक. King f3, king g1. Now can I be smart and go here instead of going king f4? Because when I go to f4, then king f2, king f5, king e3. But when I go to e4, and if you step on f2, which is on your own pawn's path, then I can go king d5. So with e4, like ye dekho, this is like going in 12th and leaving chess. This is like playing chess and also keeping your studies. You can go and study also, you can go and play chess also. So if he goes king g2, which means that he's keeping, so king d5, maybe he wants to keep his option open of pushing the pawn, then I can go maybe here, and this is under control. Yep, this is done. So king e4, king f2, king d5. Now I can't go here because of king e3. So king d5, king e3, king c6. Here, here, here. Where should I move my king? Anywhere is fine. Pawn push, pawn push, pawn push, pawn push, push, queen, draw. Was this good? I think I solved it. So my answer starts here with king f5. He goes king h4, only move. I go king f4, again only move. King h3, again only move to play for a win. King f3, king h2, again only move. King f2, only move. Now if king h1, that is a question. But I don't see king h1 as a big problem. I can go king f1. f6, king f2, king h2, king f3, king g1, king f4, king f2. Sorry, king e4. Yeah, it's the same position. So you must play f6, king e4. I think so. We had to. King h1, then king e3, says Asim. You mean here? King h1? You just want to go that side. Not so sure, because here king g2. I think you can't let him. You can't let him push this pawn. I think this would be some trouble. It's king e4, king g3. And now king d5, f5. That is winning. So you have to go here, then this is lost. Okay, let me check the answer so that I think most likely I'm right, but just to be sure. So yeah, king f5, good move. This was by Grigorev. He gives the line first king f6, king g4, king f7, king f5 is hopeless. So he says king f5, king h4, king f4, king h3, king f3, king h2, king f2, f6 forced, king f3, king g1, king e4, important move. King e4, this is important. The king has blocked the way of his own pawn. So white attack against the b6 pawn arrives in time. King g2 would have been even worse. The white king eliminates enough time. Yeah. So now king g2, king f5 is just winning for white. So he must go king f2. Now king d5 could move. Yeah, we solved it. King d5, f5, king c6, draw. Jai Krishna says, no, David Navar, I just showed this picture to all the viewers, that he's such a nice guy. Sushant. How do you assume the opponent's move when analyzing a game? We just can't assume any random move, right? Not asking for this endgame, but any. Yeah, we can't assume any random move. It is like, how do you consider your moves? You consider your moves by doing checks, captures, and threats, and then you are able to find the best move for yourself. So that same exercise you have to do for your opponent. I think it's very similar to how you do anything. I mean, you would be in some kind of a business, and let's say you decide that today I want to lower the price of a certain product that I'm selling. So then you think this is your move, right? You will think, what will my opponents do? Or what will my competitors do? Or what will happen to the demand, that if I do this, will it grow? Will it not grow? What will I do if it grows? What will I do if it not grows? So in that case, because you are good at business, the moves that will occur will come naturally. Suppose I'm not good at that business, I don't know what to think. I'll be like, suppose I reduce the price of this, maybe something else will start selling. I'll think something completely wrong. But I think it's about experience. It's about all the time trying to put yourself in your opponent's shoes. I keep reiterating again and again, you do not know how powerful it is to actually think the best move for your opponent. Once you get into the habit of doing that, you become so good, so strong, that you are able to win so many games. Dan Ruparel says, Sagar, I am in Donna Paula, Goa, and looking for chess playing friends. How can I do that? Thanks, Dan. Dan, I think in Goa, I'm not sure, but maybe if you write to us at chessbaseindia@gmail.com, I'll try to figure out some contacts from people who already live in Goa and try to send you. Like, for example, Grandmaster Anurag Mahamal is there, then his wife Nandini, and there are many more people who are there in Goa, GM Leon, and somewhere I guess something can be tried. Maybe you can start something there with some support from us, and maybe people will come there, or something exists. I'm not sure. So we'll do something. Arun Shukla says, Sagar bhai, what is the best way to start teaching chess to kids? Arun, if there's something that we are doing right now, and Amruta always tells me don't speak about it, so I won't, because it's something she's working on, and we are trying to launch it before the Olympiad, because that would be nice, and maybe that would answer your question. Okay, here is the standings, just so that you are aware of what's happening. Quang Liem 3.5, Harikrishna 3.5, Nguyen Thaidaiwan 3, Navara 3, Vallejo Pons 3, Shankland on 2.5, Maghsoodloo 2, Vidit 2, Salem 1.5, and Anton Guiaro 1. It's quite a closely fought tournament. Tomorrow will be round number 6. Today's game of Vidit was amazing. Hari made a steady draw. Tomorrow Vidit will play David Navara, whom Hari Krishna played, and Hari will play Nguyen Thaidaiwan from Czech Republic. 4 more rounds to go, yeah. Any chance of Vidit Sagarbai? Mir, if Vidit starts with couple of wins, you never know, yeah, what would happen. But he has to start with one win first. My pick for the candidates, Yash, I would love if Firuza does well. I'm very much excited to see his games. Of course, as many have mentioned, Fabiano, Ding, Nepo are the favorites because a lot depends on experience in candidates of having played that format before. But you never know, yeah, Firuza might be able to pull off. Venkat Krishna, the book suggestion for an unrated player to begin their journey is Chess Course. I think it's one of the links in the description. You can check it out. By Praful Zaveri. Also, we have Sakar Chess Ambarnath here, who has made a video on his channel about the chess course, so you can check it out. Neha Ji says, thanks Sagar, your broadcast helps a lot to understand the games. Thank you, Neha. Firuza will be like Bobby Fischer in 1971 candidates, demolishing each candidate every round. Yeah, that will be epic, Asim, if that happens. Um, like how Fischer managed to reach the world championship in 71 and then played the match with Spassky in 72 and then retired after the match. I mean, just did not come back. But Firuza, yeah, if he manages to beat everyone and then this match with Carlsen, look, just imagine the excitement. I think that match in itself will have a massive prize fund. This time, I think the prize fund was 2 million euros. Maybe if Firuza Carlsen happens, it could go to 5 million euros, maybe even more. And everyone would be bidding to have that match in their country. That's what I imagine, but maybe I'm wrong. Dan Rupal says, will CBI store get more of RB Ramesh's new books? Which I would like to get. Yes, Dan, the books are on their way. They are coming and it'll take around a month and a half. So in July, the books will be here. Pranjalya says, I'm personally rooting for Magnus versus Ding. Yeah. Abhiram says, don't rule out Raja. He has really given it all this time. It's also a matter of do or die for him when it comes to World Championship pursuit. Yes, for sure. I mean, you cannot write off any player in this field, from Rapport to um, Duda. I mean, all of them are tremendous. It's just that Firuza is just 18. He'll turn 19 in the next 3 days. I think 18th of June is his birthday. And I mean, being so young is why everyone's excited for him. Dan, the tickets to Olympiad have not been released. I think everyone is right now facing the same worry that you launch something and then there is this COVID wave, and then what to do, yeah, next, then refund and all of those things. So it is a question on the minds, I guess, of the organizers as well, to wait till the end, maybe. I'm not sure, but this could be a thought, because COVID is definitely something to think about. Hikaru, oh, Hikaru is there, of course. Hikaru in a stream said that he will qualify for and will win the candidates defeating Ali Reza. Really? Jibitesh, did he say that? Who knows? Yeah, Hikaru. Yeah, Ashish Srivastav. That will also be great. Magnus versus Hikaru. That would also be a great. I mean, Hikaru winning this would. So, yeah, that's what I mean. Hikaru, I just forgot in my head that, okay, he's also playing, and he would also have great. So, what sort of coverage would you like? I mean, live streaming would be great, I guess. Commentary. I don't, most likely we won't have the videos, so, but still, I mean, the games and the moves would, we would analyze. Any suggestions then after the games, what to do, and would be very nice. Live commentary plus game analysis next day. Okay. Rapport is playing, yes, Nitish. Live as much as possible. Would love to have Anish with you, Pranjalya says. Okay, maybe one of the days we can ask Anish. Sagar, what books are you reading these days? I got new books yesterday. I can show you guys some of the books. Travel to Madrid, says Asim Khan. Oh, not possible. Can't get visa. Vidit for I think maybe we can try to do live stream and then ask players to join, some players to join for a few minutes. That could be an interesting thing to do. Yeah. Yeah, I'll show you the books that I got. I went to I think Viviana Mall in Thane, and there was this shop called Book Hut, which was very small but had some great books. Okay, so few books. This is one book which I got from. I went to interview the CEO of Sadhana app. She was here. She was here, and they have been supporting these three youngsters. So I went to interview her, and so we played chess, and I gave her the chess set on which we played. That was the Chess Base India premium chess set, and she gave me this book of Om Swami's life. It's a very interesting book, which has, his efforts to somehow um, self-realization and the amount of efforts he took. It's kind of realistic because he went to which place he went to and how did he try to self-realize and stuff. And it's given, uh, how would he eat food, uh, and all the practical issues, how they were solved. So I liked that and I was reading it. This is one book which Amruta chose. I also like this book. It is by CEO of Facebook. Now, just she stepped down recently, Sheryl Sandberg, and says lean in. And it also talks about how women work and the will to lead. So, how women can become leaders. And so, Amruta and I read and we kind of discuss and we try to brainstorm. She has her points, I try to have my points, and we try to discuss. This was a book which I wanted to check. It's called The Maverick Effect, India's IT Revolution. Two reasons. One of them is that the author of this book, Harish Mehta, he um, he founded NASCOM. So, and he's into chess. In fact, he was the chief guest in some of the tournaments. So that there was that connect, the chess connect. The other one is that I have to read it, but I understand that sort of NASCOM was what laid down some of the rules that the IT industry had to follow, right? Maybe I'm mistaken, but it's like they were able to make India an IT superpower. There are all these companies that work, but of course, NASCOM played a big role in that. So I wanted to read about it, how that was done. Um, this one is a very interesting one that I get. That I got. It's called Noise by Daniel Kahneman. It talks about. I haven't begun reading, but it talks about how uh, the some things which we take for granted. For example, you go to a doctor and you think he will cure you, but you never know what has happened to him before you went. Like, did he eat his lunch well? Or did he have a very bad experience while driving to the hospital? And all of this is called noise. And it says a flaw in human judgment. And he has also written the book called Thinking Fast and Slow. I think he's received the Nobel Prize, and a very good author. It's called Black Swan by Nassim Nicholas Taleb. Not read much yet, but I have seen other authors quoting him in their books and very respectfully talking about him, and I wanted to read one of his books. Black Swan is says the impact of highly improbable, and it talks about like if you have only seen white swans in your life, and maybe you've seen millions of them in your life, but all of this is your thought process thinks that there are only white swans in the world because you've seen so many. But then the day you see one black swan, your entire everything that you built your beliefs upon are broken, kind of. And so it's about those black swans, I think. I have to read more. There's a book I wanted to have with me. I haven't read it, but I have heard so much about it. The story of my experiments with truth of M.K. Gandhi. Maybe someday I will read it. There are some books which I don't read instantly, but maybe after a couple of years, I might just pick up and start reading. So it's good to have book. This is something that we are reading, Amruta and I. It's called The Art of Happiness by Dalai Lama and Howard Cutler. Howard is a psychologist and he tries to ask some very interesting questions to Dalai Lama, which are some of the questions that we would all have in our head living in this society. And so I think I like it. For example, when he says you should be compassionate and you should be kind. For example, there was one thing here. Is that he asks him, "Do you ever feel lonely?" And the Dalai Lama says, "No, I don't feel lonely." And he's like, "How can you ever not feel lonely?" And then it's like uh, he says that he always looks for positive in every person, and I think there are these questions which we all have in our head, which is answered, and then he asks more questions about it. So this is a good book. It's a very nice book. It's a very heavy one. It's called J.R.D. Tata by Cyrus Gonda, and this is some interesting case studies to read. It's called The Magic of Leadership. I had this very nice part that I was reading yesterday, and it spoke about ethics over legality. So, in legal terms, you might be doing something right at some point, but morally, you might be doing something wrong. For example, there was this nice case where I'll read it. In the early days, when JRD had commenced Tata Airlines for the Tata Aviation Department, his close friend and partner Neville Vincent, who was a key figure in Tata Aviation Department coming into being, had been promised a third share of profits. This had not caused a problem until 1938. So whatever profits the company would make, that is Tata Aviation, Neville would get one third of it. But then a sudden change in certain government policies resulted in a vastly increased business for the airline and saw the profit shoot up over 10 times than what they previously had been. This is where solicitor J.D. Chokshi suggested that a third of the share of profits for Vincent would be a very substantial amount and recommended that the airline took out a new arrangement with him. I mean, if you think about it, if the airline was making, just as an example, a crore rupees of profit and Neville was getting 30 lakhs and now it was making 10 crores, Neville started getting 3 crores. So JRD's colleagues agreed with this solicitor. So JRD very unwillingly approached Vincent with this suggestion. Vincent was adamant that an agreement was an agreement, so JRD approached another solicitor, Dinshaw Daji, for advice. Daji was a very honorable man. JRD put the entire situation in front of Daji, telling him, "I want to do the right thing." Daji responded that although, in view of the changed circumstances, Vincent was not legally entitled to the original third share agreed upon, morally he was. Thus, JRD went to Vincent and told him he would continue to receive his promised third share of profits. In fact, JRD later revealed that he felt guilty about having let such a situation arise in the first place, where he had initially not been fair to Vincent. He reiterated that the Tatas respected the moral position above the legalities of an issue, and that is where their strength lay. And so, legally some things are right, but morally not. And I like this approach. Maybe this one, everyone's spoken about this a lot. I just wanted to keep it at some point when I have time to read it. It's a famous book, but I don't know how good it is. The CEO test. This is given to me by Ashwin, my good friend, and I've been trying to read parts of it. It is about how good are you as a leader. And there's one last book which I was reading today. This is a good book. This is a good book. Leaders Eat Last by Simon Sinek. I like it. It talks about very important things related to leadership. Uh, Very good examples. Yeah. This one, it's on Azim Premji. It's a biography, not an autobiography. And it is written by two people, Sundeep Khanna and Varun Sood. And they talk about Azim Premji and who's the founder of Wipro. Um, I mean, they talk about how he managed to, um, build such a business and gives so much money in philanthropy. I think he's one of the top five philanthropists in the world who has given $21 billion in philanthropy. So I just wanted to read about his thoughts. So a lot of reading is done in a day. I think I spent some good amount of time because I think at the end of the day, it's all about decision making. Yeah. So uh, making good decisions is important, and for that, you should have read well. But at the same time, too much of reading and not doing work is not good. So you also have to keep doing work, and balance is important. Okay. Jibitesh says, will really miss ChessBase India Club when I leave Mumbai. Oh, Jibitesh, you're going. Thank you so much for all the memories. I made a lot of friends there. Lost two in six moves and then got mocked by them. Arey, Jibitesh. Maybe next time, yeah, when you come, we'll meet again. At least you should be there for Anish versus Vidit match. Okay, guys, I will take your leave and I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care and thank you all for staying back. So many of you, 500. Ah, sure. Travel with Nikhil Roshan. Please do come to Mumbai. It will be great to meet you. Jipitesh says I got admission in IIT Tirupati, so I have to go there. You know, guys, I met so many people who have got admissions in good colleges and good institutes at the club. Like Akshay Mohan was there, who said he got admitted to IIM. Uh, I don't know where, but IIM somewhere. And yeah, I mean, it was. And then there are some more people who have got into IITs and in good colleges, and also very nice. And all those not who have not got admissions in good colleges, well, guys, you will be the ones who will do work, and the people will write books on you. So all the best to you as well. Take care, guys. Bye bye.